We'll be beginning in 5 minutes at 10 a.m. Looking forward to getting started with the day. GM. Really glad to see so many faces on the last day of Devcon. This is the MEV stage. We'll be having a lot of research around crypto economics over here. The format is going to be 2 quick talks of 5 minutes, and then there'll be long talks for the rest of the day. Our first speaker, who I'm very thrilled to introduce, is Pascal, who's worked on single slot finality for MEV, and he works on research at a very high level. So it's a good start to the day to just have a quick, to have his talk on the research that he's presenting. For questions, we have Meerkat, so you have to scan the QR code. I'm sure all of you are familiar with it already. And once you scan the QR code, you'll be able to ask questions, and it's a much more efficient way of doing it. So yeah, with that, Pascal, you can kill it now. Take the floor.
Hi everyone. great to see that already Friday morning, quite a few people make it to the MEV stage. Seems like there are quite some MEV ultras. Looking forward to it. I'll be doing quick intro on multi-block MEV, just quick lightning talk to dive right in. Quick recap, what is multi-block MEV actually? Multi-block MEV means one block builder has multiple slots in a row and can extract more MEV by having the slots in a sequence than by having individual slots. This arises due to the fact that MEV accrues exponentially. If we look at the data, we can see that over time it slightly exponentially grows. For example, one strategy could be to manipulate prices. A block builder can, for example, buy a certain token in slot 1, then only include buy transactions on the one side and not include the sell transactions, and then in his last slot capture the MEV of selling the token first. This is one potential strategy of manipulating the price. There are other ways to do it. We can do liquidation attacks of also forcing the price to go below a certain threshold and thereby liquidating assets and capturing the liquidation gains. So I won't go too deep into it, but there are a whole set of strategies. What did we do? We looked at data since the merge, 4.3 million data points of MEV boost payments, and did on the other side a Monte Carlo simulation of daily market shares of builders to see what would be like a statistically normal distribution of multi-slots to have a baseline. And based on this, what we saw is, interestingly, we have less multi-slot sequences than expected. We see, especially on the chart on the right, we see the blue bars being the expected distribution of multi-slots. We see less of them. Also, interestingly, what we saw, however, longest sequence was 25 slots in a row by the same builder, Beaver build, and for the same validator and same builder, it was 11 slots in a row, March of this year. So what we see just by statistics, there are long sequences which would allow for multi-slot MEV strategies. So in the next step, what we looked at was the payments, the MEV boost payments for longer sequences. So this is basically for a sequence of length 5, for example, what was the average payment? What we see, interestingly, it increases for longer sequences. So it seems to be there is a value in longer sequences. However, why this is the case, so far we can only speculate. One hypothesis could be that MEV boost, it's a continuous first price auction, so it basically, from an economics perspective, works like a second price auction from the value where we end. And so it could be actually driven not by the highest bidder, but by the second highest bidder, who has an increasing value for the blocks based on private order flow, MEV captured in private order flow. So it could be the case that actually the intrinsic value of the second highest bidder increases, and that drives this increasing values. So what we also did is looked for the payments per slot. So in longer sequences, what was the bid for the slot at a specific point? There we saw so far there is an increase, but only a very, very slight increase. So this led us to the conclusion that so far we don't see dedicated multi-slot strategies. We also looked at the top 10 builders to see if there's a certain pattern for the top 10 builders, if there are builders that are deviating from the mean. We didn't see any very outstanding data. In the case, a few builders that have more slots, more multi-slot sequences, or that are particularly strongly correlating with the same validators. However, from our perspective, that's probably based on things like latency and collocation, and not based on other types of strategies that are run. Last thing that we looked at was autocorrelation of MEV boost payments to see if we can use historical MEV boost payments to predict future ones. There what we see is based on different correlation metrics that it strongly goes down after the second or third slot. So it means there's a very, very low autocorrelation, so a low predictability. So we don't have times of high or low MEV, but there's a fast reversion to the mean overall. Yes, there was the quick run through. If the topic in general is interesting, there's a post on ETH Research going into the details, also a link to the Jupyter notebook with all the data. And I'm also doing a workshop today in the afternoon on execution tickets, agent-based simulation of execution tickets. So whoever's interested, feel free to join. Otherwise, happy to take on questions. I think I have around 1.5 minutes or 1 minute left for questions. Feel free to scan the QR code or ask them directly.
So we already have 2 questions. We want more, you can just scan the QR code and put it. And one quick question, Pascal, like where is your talk so that the audience is aware of the room that the talk is in?
The talk is in classroom B, so just down the aisle.
Yeah. So I'll read out the question for those who are joining virtually. Have you studied arbitrary time boost? Do you think DAO should be capturing MEV revenue?
To be honest, I haven't looked deeply into arbitrary time boost. I think there are people in the audience that have much more knowledge of this, so I can't really give there an in-depth take.
Unlike proposer, builder is not guaranteed to win PBS auction multiple times in a row. Would you advocate for a random proposer allocation which does not allow the same proposer in a row?
In general, I think it makes sense. However, I think there is, so I mean, that's a bit of a outlook already on the simulation. What we saw is that the secondary market usually reduces decentralization, which means there should be some component of just-in-time auction. However, I think with the current MEV boost setup, what we have is the problem of in-flight variation. So I think a combination of both could be interesting, but I think some component of randomization does make sense to prevent multi-slot MEV strategies.
Thank you so much. That was a great talk and a good start to the day. To MEV Day, I like the name that you gave. This is MEV room, you know? Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have our next talk coming up really quick with Felix Leupold. The talk is on do we really even need PBS and how we can solve MEV at the app versus infrastructure layer. This is going to be a full day of hardcore research, so really glad to see all of you here and engaging and asking questions. Make sure to scan the QR code if you have any questions for our speaker. And with no further ado, let's welcome Felix on stage.
Hi, I will have to speedrun this talk, so if you want a more relaxed version of it, you can scan the QR code or go to tinyurl.com/Devcon, where I gave this talk in a 25-minute version. Let's start with the problem that I have with proposer-builder separation, why I think it's not a good idea. There are three main arguments in my point of view. First, the trust and centralization problems that it brings onto the Ethereum base layer for all types of transactions, not even the ones that actually contain MEV. Ethereum today is proud to have more than 1 million validators proposing and validating the chain, and we are one of the most decentralized chains, or the most decentralized chains in the world. But at the end of the day, if you look at it, there's only two very well-known entities, Beaver and Titan, that propose more than 90% of the block's contents. And how valuable is it really to have a vast validator network when the most important part, the content of the block, is decided by two entities? Moreover, PBS adds this trusted component to the supply chain, the MEV relay that builders have to put their faith in. And even if we trust the research that's ongoing, that's trying to propose ways to enshrine the MEV relay into the base layer and get rid of that trusted component, I think there's a couple of issues with that. First, it adds complexity to the core protocol, one thing that we're trying to avoid. And second of all, it's not even clear that if implemented, it will find adoption because MEV is a very latency-intense game, and any decentralized peer-to-peer gossip-based solution is always going to have latency disadvantages and also feature disparity. Builders today want to have bid cancellation as an example. They want to make a bid and then cancel it if they change their mind. And such a feature is simply not possible in an enshrined PBS version because once you gossip the message, you cannot take it back. And let's not forget that PBS actually maximizes the harm that is inflicted on users. In order to win the PBS auction, you have to create the block that is extracting the most value via sandwiching or other types of MEV attack. And thus we've created a system that really favors the worst possible outcome for the user. Okay, enough of a rant. What do we do about it? First, let's maybe take a step back and try to find out why does MEV exist in the first place. And here really the fundamental reason is that in today's system, every token trades at many different prices within the same block. Here I brought you an example block from a couple of days ago in which ETH/USD trades at least 7 different times with 7 different prices. And so you'll see sexdex arbitrageurs that are able to access, for instance, the Uniswap pool at the previous block's outdated price, and then the rest of the block will trade at the new kind of fair equilibrium price. You will see liquidators that are able to get bad collateral at a fixed liquidation penalty, 15–20% below fair market price, and the rest of the block trading at a different price. And last but not least, you have sandwichers that front run a user to buy a token at price A, the user then prices it at price B, and the sandwicher sells it at price C. All of these strategies have one thing in common. The same asset trades in the same block at different prices. And the reason for this is that we basically took our very well best known standard first come, first served mechanisms that work in traditional continuous time markets and deployed them on blockchain. And this was the key mistake. Ethereum doesn't have continuous time. There's only new information being released every 12 seconds, and then it's released in one go. And the ordering of the information within the block is up to a unilateral party, the proposer, to decide how to order things there. And so it's unsafe to deploy any kind of mechanism that works on continuous time on a discrete time blockchain. So what's next? How can we do to fix this? Well, as you might guess, we need to come to a point where trading the same asset in the same block should lead to the same execution regardless of trade ordering. Or put differently, we need to get to one price per token per block. This design requires to be able to batch trades together so it doesn't work on raw Ethereum transactions. Instead, we need trade intents or just signed limit orders and batch those together in a multidimensional auction which can later be cleared at a single price. For details on how this looks, I encourage you to look at Cow Protocol, the trading mechanism that powers Cow Swap, which pioneered and implements this mechanism. It's processing many billions of dollars in transaction volume every month and is basically proof that this mechanism can work on chain. Cow Protocol provides MEV protection for all the cases that I mentioned on 2 slides ago. We protect swappers by having buyers and sellers that trade the same asset receive the same price regardless of their ordering, and we can even match them together in what is known as coincidence of ones. By making AMMs part of the batch and treating them like swappers, LPs no longer trade at outdated prices, but instead get the fair new equilibrium clearing price. And liquidations are just stop loss orders, which you can also add to the total liquidity pool and make sure that collateral recovery happens at the most efficient and fair price. I want to leave you with this number, which is a Dune query that you can check for yourself, that shows that more than 97% of MEV today is trading related. And that is sandwiches, sex arbitrage, back running, liquidations. And those can be vastly reduced, if not completely eliminated, at the application layer by not using pseudo-continuous time mechanisms. So I'd like you to join me on my mission to convince this space that we should fix the mechanism rather than making the chain more complex. And with that, thank you very much.
Thanks for that great talk. If any of you have questions, you need to scan the QR code and ask the questions remotely. I'm going to read out the question for those joining virtually. Do you have an estimation of reduction in MEV if only DEX used is cow?
Yeah, so right now, CowSwap focuses on swap MEV protection. I didn't break the number 97% into swap, AMM resistance, and liquidations. So right now, it would probably be less than 97%, but the mechanism itself, not the product as it exists today, but the mechanism itself would be able to reduce MEV by that number that I showed.
The other question is, do you think PBS causes centralization or is it correlation?
I think PBS causes centralization mainly because it's a winner-takes-all latency game. I wouldn't say it's correlation. There's also a reason, I couldn't get to that slide because I didn't have enough time, for why I think Cow protocol or an application-specific auction is not going to cause the same centralization, or even if it would not affect kind of all types of transactions. So if I want to make a transfer, I'm not kind of subject to the censoring that happens today in the builder market. But yeah, for this, I would refer to the longer talk.
Yeah. How would you compare Cow with what Sorella is doing to fix MEV on the application layer via Uniswap hooks?
Yeah, I mean, Cow is working and out there and live. I think the mechanism is relatively similar. Yeah, I think that's the gist of it.
You can deal with the last question. How does Cow deal with multi-block MEV?
It doesn't because basically the batch itself has its own kind of heartbeat, its own time. And so if you were to try to do multi-batch MEV, I think you're running the risk that whoever solver will win the batch is going to execute the trade before you. So there's no real incentive for you to censor or try to delay execution to another batch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So great to see the energy. There were more questions than the speaker had time to get through. So really engaging, like all of you are really engaged and taking part in this. We are going to take a break of 10 minutes. So if any of you need to take some coffee and become alert and or have like kind of go to the restroom or anything, this is your time. And let's be back in 10 minutes and continue with the energy. GM, I hope you got some ability to just stretch yourself out. And it's a long day. This is the MEV room. It's a series of MEV talks here. Next up is actually a highly speculative talk, which is the tension between MEV and censorship-resistant gadgets. It's by Julian Ma at the Robust Incentives Group. So come on up.
Hello everyone, today I'll be presenting the tension between MEV and censorship resistance. So as was mentioned, it's slightly speculative, more speculative than I'm used to. This is an idea that we've been trying to formalize a little, but it's turned out to be quite difficult. So let me take you through an introduction and see what your thoughts are at the end. So for this session, I'd like to frame MEV as an aligning values problem. MEV is the maximum value that some extractor can extract from building the block. And this has some private benefits for this actor. And the Ethereum protocol has some other benefit function, which we call the social benefit. And in principle, the Ethereum protocol aims to maximize this social benefits, but it's very unaware of anything that happens outside of it. So it doesn't know the external state of the world, and it fully relies upon this actor. The extractor is an agent of the protocol. Censorship resistance is one of the core values of the social benefit that Ethereum has. You could see it as either a means to an end. So maybe you want to have censorship resistance to obtain some other properties. For example, being able to have applications that rely on this censorship resistance within real time. Or you could see it as the end goal. So have censorship resistance for the sake of censorship resistance. Whatever way you see it, the ecosystem needs to align the private benefits, which is the MEV that the extractor can extract, with the social benefits, which is what we as an Ethereum ecosystem want the Ethereum protocol to do. So here are some observations on censorship without any normative statements, I'd say. So there are three sorts of censorship that we see happening, possibly, is economic censorship. So maybe some extractor wants to censor a transaction because it can get more value by doing so. An example is multi-block MEV that we've seen earlier today, or the leading example that I wanted to use here is if someone has some loan, for example, on Aave, and it might get liquidated soon, they want to send a transaction in order to heal their loan, but the extractor censors this transaction because it wants the loan to go bad in order so that it can extract some MEV from it. Then there's accidental censorship, and this may seem very weird. How is a transaction ever accidentally censored? But it turns out that this is actually something that we observe right now. So there are many, many messages floating around in the mempool, and sometimes builders just simply miss transactions for whatever reason that is. And if we take it to the limit, builders in principle want to keep their block as lightweight as possible. So any transaction takes up bandwidth, and especially some transactions that are very, very heavy, for example, blobs, take up a lot of bandwidth. If you take up more bandwidth, it means that your block takes more time to send to the other nodes, meaning that you have to send it earlier, meaning that you can't delay your block submission as well as you could if you were to play optimal timing games. So potentially a builder is censoring transactions because it thinks that it may get more value if it doesn't include this transaction, but includes a transaction in the future. And this is timing games. Taking it to the limit, a builder may actually miss its slot, which means that no transactions in this slot end up on chain. And this is obviously censorship. And then there's regulatory censorship, which is what most people are probably familiar with, is there's some government that says these sorts of transactions cannot be included by this actor, and where the actor is the extractor, who's an agent of the Ethereum protocol, but apparently also has other constraints enforced upon it. So given that we observe these sorts of censorship, or at least that we know that these theoretically exist, the conclusion should be that the values are currently not aligned. Aligning private and social values is something that economists have been doing for ages, so there's a lot that we know about it. But within Ethereum, we are relatively constrained in what we can do. For example, giving rewards for it is difficult because it means that we have to issue tokens. And if you issue tokens, it means that possibly there is some collusion that could benefit from this. So the way that we've been doing it is analogous to regulation, kind of. And this is our value aligning design philosophy. We do so by creating rules that constrain how the actor can act within a certain slot. So for the framing of this talk, we'll use the state transition function as how MEV is extracted. So gamma is a state transition function. It's publicly known. The extractor cannot alter it. And what it says is which state transitions are valid and which are not. So for example, you can't put an invalid transaction in a state transition function and obtain a valid state transition. S here is the state of the previous block, which is also publicly known. And T is an ordered list of transactions that the extractor inserts into the state transition function to obtain some S prime, which is the new state. The extractor, in principle, has full control over this T. And this is the key part where we'll try to align values by getting more information about T and then making some opinionated choice on what T should be. So if we map the states that you could enter into, which is very high dimensional, it contains all of the account and all of the balances into a two-dimensional plane with just private benefits and social benefits, you may see that S star, which would be the optimal solution that some extractor employs, should rank very high on private benefits. This is clear because this is the objective function of the extractor. There's no objective to maximize social benefits in principle, but perhaps there is some social benefit. Here it's relatively low, but it could be higher. The values don't necessarily have to be unaligned. The key problem here, though, is that Ethereum doesn't know what the social benefit is and which social benefits are possible. This is because Ethereum has no knowledge about the external states of the world except for the T that was inputted by this extractor. And since this extractor doesn't have the same values, it can't really know what the social benefits are. So on a high level, the idea of the current ways to increase censorship resistance is by, first of all, making this more legible. So you could think of, for example, having multiple inputs into T and not necessarily acting upon it, just making it more legible in the first place. So the red part here is some state transitions that are very undesirable from the social benefit point of view. The orange part is maybe more desirable, the green part is good, and the dark green part is what Ethereum views as the best. And this slide is supposed to show that making things legible doesn't always mean that it's perfect. You can see that the dark green part, for example, has the same social benefit as some parts above and under it. Yet Ethereum, the protocol, might think that these are better, purely because it's constrained in the knowledge that it has about the external world. One way that we then want to try to align these values is by imposing some constraints. So you could think as Ethereum saying, okay, we've seen now some of these possible states of the world, and we for sure do not want you to go into this red and this orange area, and maybe we're not so careful and we cut off some of the green area as well. It's very hard to make constraints that are binding at the exact points that we want and achieve the right goals. And you can see as well that in this very stylized example, I must say, there's a straight line. It's difficult to make constraints that are more bounded around, for example, circles or that have more nuances because Ethereum has to remain very neutral. So it can only cut off parts of the possible states that are obviously bad, and cutting off parts of the state that are potentially good in some future would be bad for neutrality. So now I'll go through some case studies. The first one is inclusion lists. We have an ERP out for Fossil, which is ERP 7805, which is our inclusion list design. The high-level design philosophy behind inclusion lists is that we allow the most decentralized sets of participants to have some input into centralized block construction. And the idea is that the inclusion list shouldn't be able to attract any MEV. So we do this because it kind of aligns the private benefits and the social benefits of the inclusionist creator and of the Ethereum protocol. If the inclusionist creator were able to attract MEV, then it would probably do so. And we observe that MEV leads to some centralization and makes it difficult to ensure that we don't have these sorts of economic, accidental, or regulatory censorship. So the goal of inclusion list is to increase the chain neutrality, and we do this by having some list of transactions that constrains how the execution payload is created. And this gets us at the notion of uncrowdability, which is one of the main points of the talk. Uncrowdability is something that we're trying to explore more, and its informal definition would be that the inclusion list creates more value for the inclusionist creator if used as intended. It's very related to incentive compatibility, but incentive compatibility assumes that you know exactly what point you want to go to. And Ethereum, the protocol, again, has very limited knowledge of the world, and it wants to be very neutral, so it may prefer to be neutral over getting perfect incentive compatibility. It just doesn't want some very obviously dominated things to happen. For example, using the inclusion list for MEV extraction, and maybe less obviously so, using it for pre-confirmations, which is that the inclusionist creator tells someone, okay, if you're in my inclusion list, you're guaranteed to be in the block, and you should pay me some fee for this. We don't want this to happen because we believe that if these sorts of markets pop up, then we might go into a similar setting as the MEV boost-like markets that we see for block production, which would lead to centralization and defeat the goals of censorship resistance. So the idea is that inclusion lists must be minimally invasive such that the intended constraints are achieved. Otherwise, the private benefits of inclusion lists may differ from the social benefits, and if the private benefits of different inclusion list creators differ a lot, then it will lead to centralization with the MEV boost-like markets. And a nice example here in my mind is unconditional versus conditional inclusion list. Unconditional inclusion list states that if all transactions from the inclusion list must be included in the block, regardless of whether the block is full. And conditional inclusion list states that all transactions must be included unless the block is full. You may intuitively think that unconditional inclusion list gives you better inclusion guarantees because any transaction in the inclusion list must be included within the block. But actually, uncrowdability gets at an earlier notion of what goes into the inclusion list. So if you make inclusion lists unconditional, meaning that they have better inclusion guarantees, and for example, to take the most extreme example, you could say that this inclusion list must be included at the top of the next block. Because these transactions were seen earlier, perhaps this is some notion of fairness. Whatever way, you could make this argument that inclusion list transactions should be included at the top of the block. And this would mean that creating the inclusion list now becomes very valuable. And now there will be a market for outsourcing this inclusion list creation, which is perhaps going to exactly the same person as the one that constructed the block. And so we explicitly want to prevent this by making the inclusionist conditional. So I would say that the constraint is maybe more relaxed within conditional, but the way that the constraint is created is more likely to gain what we intended as a protocol to achieve. If that makes sense. And then the second case study would be multiple concurrent block producers, which is a whole topic these days. The basic idea is that there are multiple block producers producing subblocks simultaneously instead of inclusion lists where the inclusion list is created sometime before. And I would actually argue that this sometime before is a feature and not a bug, because precisely the argument that I'll show here is that multiple concurrent block producers relies upon some sophisticated parties, whereas inclusion list does not foster the same environment. So the goal of multiple concurrent block producers would be to prevent economic censorship. The idea is that if we prevent transactions that are censored for some adverse selection reason, so transactions that need to be very timely, where there's, for example, like high frequency trading types of ideas, then we can achieve a new set of applications that we haven't been able to realize today. An example of multiple concurrent block producers is Meckenstein, which is the proposal from Barnaby and Mike, which means that one person creates a top of block and the other person creates the rest of block. And another example is Braid, which is proposed by Maciej and co., which is a deterministic merger of K chains where each payload is merged deterministically according to some predefined ordering rule. How this scores on the uncrowdability table is very speculative, I say, because we don't know that much about multiple concurrent block producers yet. But to me, it sounds clear that MCBP, since it's specifically there for the gain in censorship resistance for transactions that are very MEV sensitive, so these are the high frequency trading transactions that may suffer adverse selection if they were put into the inclusion list, where it takes a little bit of time for them to get included, it would allow any block producer to extract MEV equally well. This is basically one of the design goals of multiple concurrent block producers. This means that these partials blocks are a vehicle for MEV, and you can't expect a large, unsophisticated, and geographically decentralized set of participants to have competitive private valuations for these property rights of making these partial blocks that carry MEV. Similar to how we see now in MEV Boost that there are only 2 builders who are very good at this. There are returns to skill of being a block producer in MCBP, which means that my marginal benefits of gaining an extra seat in these K parallel chains increases with the amount of seats that I already have. And there are returns to sophistication, so it's not easy to build these blocks. Even when block building is constrained, it doesn't mean that block building is simple. There are definitely still returns to sophistication, and there are barriers to entry, which we now currently know mainly in the form of private order flow. So that's why multiple concurrent block producers, in my mind, depends on a tester-proposer separation. And multiple concurrent block producers is very crowdable, so you can't expect decentralized sets of participants who are unsophisticated and willing to enable, I guess, to contribute to censorship resistance to build partial blocks. So we need to ensure that its creators are not also the testers, because that would then centralize the tester set. If you put some centralizing force on a decentralized set of participants, then the decentralized set of participants will become centralized, and it's not that magically the centralized property becomes gets some decentralization properties. So that's why a tester proposer unlocks some new block construction pipelines that are currently not possible. You could, for example, allocate the attesting rights to a set of attesters and allocate building rights to a set of builders separately. So what are some of the consequences of this uncrowdability notion? Well, this is, I think, a very fun part to explore. And one thing that I've been thinking about a bit is applications consuming consensus information. So now assume that we have this uncrowdable inclusion list, meaning that it's very unlikely that it will contain MEV transactions since it's specifically designed to not be a vehicle for MEV. It's very unlikely to include arbitrage transactions, therefore. So an application who may see this may treat transactions that came via the inclusion list differently from transactions that came in via the main block. It may do so because it's more confident that transactions from the inclusion list are uninformed and won't take their liquidity. In general, if you're designing a trading mechanism, it's important to distinguish between those who are very well informed, arbitrageurs, and those who are not, because trading between two parties is in general zero-sum, especially if it's arbitrage. So if an arbitrageur is making money, it's at the cost of some other person in the static world vision. So what you could possibly do is you could use an asymmetric speed bump, which is something that's been developed within traditional finance. And what it does is it speed bumps certain transactions and it doesn't speed bump others. So the inclusionist has a natural speed bump. And again, I think this is a feature and not a bug. So what you may say is the inclusionist transactions, they are able to take liquidity, whereas the transactions from the block, they're able to provide liquidity. Taking liquidity is the arbitrage path, where providing liquidity is not the arbitrage path unless you look at, for example, just-in-time liquidity. But you could set up the trading rules so that you aim specifically for this, meaning that liquidity providers would face less adverse selection, meaning that there would be more liquidity, lower trading costs for users. Seemingly, though, it seems to be a bit of a paradox. It's if the exchange believes that the inclusion list is uncrowdable, then it's suddenly very valuable to make the inclusion list because now your transactions are treated differently. So then maybe inclusion list becomes crowdable again. But then if the inclusion list is crowdable, the exchange thinks, okay, well, this is not so valuable anymore, I won't act upon it. So it seems to be kind of like the Spider-Man meme, you know, where you're pointing towards each other and expecting the other person to do something or to remain static. I would say, though, that this is not a paradox because the application plays a sequential game and not a simultaneous game. The application must commit without regret to its strategy of handling transactions. You can't imagine an exchange saying, okay, if you send me your transaction, I have no clue what I'll do with it. Maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do that. So you need some commitments of how the exchange rules are set up. And so the exchange will only commit to using such an asymmetric speed bump if it believes that the inclusionist would still be uncrowdable after its commitment. So it must commit without regret. So there shouldn't be a paradox. Even when applications specifically use uncrowdable inclusion lists, we can still have uncrowdable inclusion lists. So some of the statements that I'd like to leave off with is that if censorship-resistant gadgets are uncrowdable, then its creators can be decentralized. So if there's no other use case that's better than using the censorship-resistant gadget, specifically what it's designed, then you may ask some of the decentralized participants to create this because it won't centralize the set further. If the censorship-resistant gadget is crowdable, then its creators will be centralized. Centralization is not a feature of market mechanism, although market mechanisms can change it a little. It's mostly a feature of the intrinsic property rights. It doesn't matter how you allocate, for example, building rights, especially within the Ethereum protocol, because there can be secondary markets. It's the fact that building rights are inherently sophisticated and there are inherently barriers to entry. So it's not about proposer-builder separation, it's about the building rights. And finally, uncrowdable censorship-resistant gadgets seem stable. So potentially there's a whole new set of applications that we can unlock if applications can consume consensus layer information. So that was it. I hope you enjoyed and it sparked some conversation. And I'd be happy to take any questions. So does inclusion list with an inclusionist committee members make economic censorship n times more expensive. This is a property that's not currently in Fossil. Fossil relies on boosting the signal of solo stakers. Fossils are ERP, so we made this decision because putting this property that you get an inclusionist committee makes it n times more expensive, adds protocol complexity. We don't think it's warranted at this point because we see a revealed preference of people willing and able to make, to even take an economic penalty to provide censorship resistance. Getting this property though is an easy extension to Fossil. So if it's necessary, we could implement it easily.
Yeah, just scan the QR code for anyone who wants to ask any questions and it'll show up. Yeah, we have a second question, which I'm going to read out for the audience joining online. How do you achieve uncrowdability of IL? Is that a property enforced by the spec or achieved through the selection of IL creators? How to select who creates the IL?
Yeah, so the design philosophy behind inclusionist is that you select the most decentralized sets of participants to have input into centralized block construction. So uncrowdability is not achieved by the selection because this is, again, it's achieved not by the market mechanism, but it's achieved by the inherent property rights of creating this inclusion list. And so what we do is we make the minimally invasive way that the inclusion list could be structured in order to still attain the censorship resistance properties that we're looking at. So specifically in our ERP, there are 3 seconds between that the inclusion list last can be committed to and the block produced. So it's difficult to include any transactions like arbitrage because these would be relevant within the 3 seconds, and you may face adverse selection if you were to do so. Secondly, there are multiple inclusionist proposers, so there's not one inclusionist proposer who has unilateral power over inclusion, ordering, or exclusion, which is the general definition of MEV. There's no private order flow possible because inclusionists are broadcasted publicly and they are only enforced if they are broadcasted publicly. So you can't get any private transactions into the block. And most importantly, inclusionists don't have any ordering rights. So an inclusion list is just a set of transactions, inclusion sets, I guess, and it doesn't say anything about the ordering within the block, meaning that there's no MEV to be extracted. It's the minimally invasive inclusion list possible.
The next question is, do you think that if we don't incentive ILs with some part of the fees, it might lead to a scenario where everyone creates empty ILs?
So I don't think this is likely. Why I don't think this is likely is in Fossil we select 16 validators. So if we ran some numbers and conservative estimate of solo stakers is 6%, which means that in 63% of slots there's at least one solo staker. We currently see that solo stakers and others are willing to take some economic penalty to contribute to censorship resistance. We see people locally building blocks, and we see people setting a min bid within MEV-boost, meaning that if the MEV-boost revenue is lower than some threshold, I'll just build my block myself. So you see here an economic penalty. Inclusionists don't impose any economic penalty, but they also don't gain you anything. Given that people are willing to take an economic penalty and inclusionists basically give you 0, we expect at least some people willing to participate. If only one of the 16 is willing to participate, we already get these censorship resistance properties that we're looking at.
How can IL be unconditional in the presence of the block gas limit?
Yeah, so this is, I think, just a semantics question. Unconditional, unconditional basically means that the transactions have to be included regardless of whether the block is full or not. You could make some separated gas for it, which was proposed in the ERP 7547, which is Mike's inclusionist ERP, where there's just a dedicated amount of gas for the inclusionist. And this usually comes with somewhere in block property. So potentially you could put it at the bottom of the block. You could also say, which is more complicated for the builder, but the transactions just have to be in the block. I don't care where, they must be in there. This would force the builder to reconstruct the block more often, and it would be slightly more complicated. In principle, ILs with unconditional and block gas limits are not mutually exclusive because you up the block gas limit to accompany the unconditional IL.
If IL selection does not take balance into account, could Fossil make the max EB increase less effective?
So actually, this makes it more effective. If you don't take the balance into account, you select more people who have lower balance. You probably want to select more people who have lower balance for censorship resistance because they are more likely to be unsophisticated, maybe geographically diverse. you probably don't want to select Coinbase, even though they might contribute to the economic and the accidental censorship. So in my mind, not taking balance into account makes Fossil a lot more effective, actually.
Wow, that was really good talk and really detailed. Give a round of applause for Julian. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we'll be back here at 11 a.m. You can just go stretch out, go to the restroom, do something, and let's come back here with full alertness and engagement and amazing questions. Really loving how engaged all of you are. So just a quick announcement. The next session was supposed to be how crypto solves real-world MEV, but real-world issues have stopped the speaker from being able to come. So all of you can just take a break and go out, stretch your legs, talk to some of the other people in the room, and we'll resume at 11:30 a.m. I heard it's raining outside, so really good to see the packed room. It gets crazy in traffic in Bangkok. So all of you should now take like a deep breath in. Filling your blood with oxygen is going to prepare you for this really ambitious talk of how we can fix MEV by Jonah, who is a researcher and investor at Blockchain Capital. It's an ambitious talk, so let's see what he has in store for us.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jonah. As he said, I'm a researcher and investor at a fund called Blockchain Capital. We were actually the first venture fund focusing on blockchain, period. Started about 11 years ago. So the topic of this talk is ambitious. It's going to be, can we fix MEV? And I'm going to assume some baseline understanding of MEV in this talk. I'm going to assume people are roughly familiar with the sandwich attack, roughly familiar with proposer-builder separation. If that's not you, I'm sorry that you're trapped here with me for the next 30 minutes. So the layout of the talk is going to be, we're going to set up the problem. What is the problem with MEV today as it stands? Then we're going to say, okay, well, there's a problem. What's the root cause? And we're going to try to get to the root of where MEV comes from. We're then going to propose 2 different schools of thought on how to solve the problem. Finally, we're going to talk about all the different sub-solutions that each of these schools of thought have presented. So problem, root cause, 2 schools of thought, all the research around it. So without further ado, MEV, as it stands today, is a real problem. The first problem is there's an allocation problem. And what I mean by that is MEV is value that is extracted from users. Yet, where does the value flow? In the current market structure, the people that end up with all this value are the proposers. So you have value being extracted from users and flowing to proposers who are simply agents of the protocol. That's kind of weird. You would assume, well, you would hope maybe the users would get it. If not, maybe the applications who are generating it. If not, at least the protocol. But the idea that these out-of-protocol kind of agents of the protocol are getting all this value, that's kind of a weird market structure. And the second problem with MEV as it stands today is a centralization problem. What I mean there is, first off, there's an oligopoly in the current MEV structure. About 2 builders represent about 85% of all blocks built. That's an oligopoly. And the other big problem is there's a incentive to co-locate. There's a centralization problem that's geographic. So the idea here is a little bit nuanced. I'm happy to talk more about it in the Q&A section. But the idea is there's an incentive to propose your block as late as possible. You get more MEV that way. And if the incentive is to propose the block as late as possible, you want to be co-located with other proposers to make sure your block is accepted. So slowly over time, you should expect geographical centralization. And we're seeing that. So that's not so good. For the sake of the network, we really hope for geographical robustness, and yet the current state of MEV is actually putting pressure to centralize geographically. So there's an allocation problem. There's a centralization problem. It's not looking too good. So how do we solve this? Well, to solve any problem, we need to understand what is the root cause of the problem, right? So let's understand the source of MEV. And this next slide is going to be probably the most important slide. If you walk away and this is the only slide you understand, perfect. MEV originates from a monopoly on the right to propose a block. That is the root cause of MEV. Specifically, it's the monopoly on the ability to include transactions and to order transactions in a slot. So every 12 seconds or so in Ethereum, one proposer gets the right to propose the next block. And with that right comes, you get to choose all the state transitions that go into that block, all the transactions and the ordering of them. So take a classic MEV example like a sandwich attack. What's going on? Well, let's say there's a big buy order. The proposer, and by the way, they're now outsourcing this role to the builder, but in concept, the proposer is saying, I want to put my buy order right before this big buy order, my sell order right after, put the three of them together and put them somewhere in the block. So they've ordered 3 transactions, got their 3 transactions included, and strategically placed in the block, right? Or including and ordering this ability, this monopoly, has given the ability to do the sandwich attack. So MEV originates from this monopoly. This is the fundamental place where it comes from. So then how do we solve MEV? Well, there's 2 schools of thought. The first school of thought is MEV is intrinsic. Any decentralized system, any blockchain, is going to have MEV in it somewhere. It is going to be exploited. There's MEV somewhere in the system. And you can't fix it. The other school of thought is no, no, no. MEV is not an intrinsic property of blockchain. It's a function of bad design. MEV is extrinsic. You can actually solve it with proper engineering. So under the MEV is intrinsic camp, it's something fundamental. How do you solve the problem? Well, we said before MEV originates from a monopoly. Well, sell the monopoly, right? So the idea here would be the monopoly is worth something. You can extract a certain amount of value. So how much would you be willing to pay for the right to extract value? Well, up to the value you can extract. So if you can extract $100, you'd be willing to pay up to $100 to extract $100. So the idea is there's a monopoly in the system. We're not going to get rid of it, so let's sell it. By the protocol selling the MEV, it gets back the value that's being extracted at the protocol layer. And now you can probably solve the allocation problem. How? Well, you could redistribute it to users perhaps, maybe back to the applications, maybe just to token holders by burning it. There's different approaches, but at least you probably solved the allocation problem. And then from the centralization problem of is there centralization in the protocol, we have to take each solution and ask that question. It's not clear. On the MEV is extrinsic camp, that MEV is just a function of bad engineering. How do you fix it? Well, it comes from a monopoly. Break the monopoly, right? Simple idea. If MEV is a function of a monopoly, break it. So within each school of thought, there's been many different ideas that have been proposed. And by the way, these 2 schools of thought probably exist on a spectrum. So the idea that I'm putting these in 2 different camps is more stylistic for the purposes of these talks. But there's about 6 big solutions that have been proposed, and they kind of roughly fall into these camps. And the goal for the rest of the talk is going to be to cover each of these solutions at a high level so people have an understanding and an intuition of where these ideas are coming from. So one quick pit stop before we go and through these 6 solutions. Today's MEV pipeline, in some sense, falls into the intrinsic camp of selling the monopoly. So the way MEV works today is proposers are not sophisticated enough to kind of exploit these MEV opportunities. So what do proposers do? They sell the monopoly. They sell the monopoly to builders. So proposers are holding on to this very valuable monopoly. They can't use it, so they sell it, and in turn, they effectively get the value associated with this monopoly. The builders are paying that value in an auction process, which means that's why proposers end up with all the values. When we talked about the allocation problem at the beginning, this is the reason why. And the reason the protocol isn't getting the MEV is that this whole entire proposer-builder separation process is happening outside the protocol. So that's the current market structure today. So the kind of obvious place to start when you're thinking about how do you fix the MEV problem is what if we take the exact same idea of proposer-builder separation and run it in protocol, right? Super simple idea. You just, at block N, you sell the right to block N, you run proposer-builder separation and protocol, maybe we've solved MEV. Unfortunately, if you look at the research, and I'm not going to get into all the reasons why, there is real problems with this. From an engineering perspective, it's hard to do. It also might induce some other weird forms of MEV. You might even be able to bypass this protocol. It probably doesn't solve the problem. Go on ETH research. You can read a million reasons why. But the intuition here is that there's this deterministic way of selling the block. Perhaps you can capture MEV that way, right? Selling the right to MEV in block N at block N doesn't really work. But what if we could sell the right to a future block? So at block N, maybe we sell the right to a block 32 blocks later. So the idea here is execution auctions. You sell the right to the monopoly in advance. And having this buffer from an engineering perspective might fix it. might fix the problems associated with EPBS, enshrined proposer-builder separation. That was the previous solution I discussed. So the idea here in execution auctions is sell the monopoly, just do it a little bit in advance. I've personally done a lot of research on this, put out some blog posts, but there's a great formalization of this by Malesh and Max Resnick, and they basically show the high-level idea is, unfortunately, you create a real centralization problem here, where in kind of selling the blocks in advance, you don't really fix the centralization problem. You may be fixing the allocation problem, maybe capturing some MEV. Centralization problem isn't fixed. And on top of that, there's been another school of research about multi-block MEV, which is the idea that if you have controlled 2 blocks in a row, you can extract more MEV than the sum of the 2 blocks. That's a very malicious type of MEV because it leads to some pretty bad centralization problems. Happy to answer that in the Q&A section. And it seems like execution auctions are the most exposed to this type of MEV. So there's some problems here. Not a dead end necessarily. Maybe there's some more research here we can fix some of these problems, but that's where the research kind of stands today. So we just discussed a whole school of thought about deterministically selling the monopoly. Well, and kind of had a dead end. So what if we non-deterministically sell the monopoly? And the idea here is there's a couple of ways of selling something. You could directly sell it, or you can run a lottery to kind of receive it. So under this lottery intuition, there's the idea of execution tickets. Execution tickets are effectively a lottery for the right to propose a block. So this is another proposed solution. I've done a lot of research here. And the way the lottery works is there's, call it N tickets in existence. Every block, 1 ticket is selected. That ticket, whoever's holding it, they get to propose a block. Their ticket is removed from the circulation, a new one's sold. So at all moments, there's N tickets in circulation. You have a 1 over N chance of winning if you're holding a ticket. And you basically have a 1 over N chance until finally you win. So that's the idea. You're effectively hosting a monopoly. It's non-deterministic. This actually helps a lot with multi-block MEV. Happy to address that in the Q&A section. Does this solve the problem? So I wrote a research paper with Davide Krapis at the Ethereum Foundation and Fahad Saleh, who's a fantastic blockchain researcher and financial researcher. What we showed in our paper is, unfortunately, regarding MEV capture, it doesn't seem like execution tickets are able to really capture all the MEV. As a result, you can't exactly fix the allocation problem. On the centralization side, it seems that execution tickets, these lottery tickets, will probably be concentrated amongst a couple of actors, or maybe even just one actor. So that kind of oligopoly we spoke about earlier will exist now in another setting for execution ticket holders, and that's a whole new actor in the protocol. That might cause some problems. So unclear if this really fixes anything. But again, we're discussing the vanilla implementation of execution tickets. There's been questions about what happens if we extend the model and maybe we, extend the idea and maybe have an unbounded number of tickets. That was a paper by Kristoff. And it actually kind of fixes some of the problems. So there's probably some more interesting research there. I don't have a slide on this, but Pascal's in the audience, and he's written some other extensions to the model that are also, there's something in there. There's potential solutions in there. So the other non-deterministic school of thought is a concept called RAND EAs, or random execution auctions. It's kind of a blend of execution tickets and execution auctions. It was a new idea. It was just proposed recently. There's not been tremendous formalization of it. My intuition is that it probably falls prey to the same problem that execution tickets and execution auctions face. I think some research is needed to really make sure that's correct, but we'll save that for another talk. Now, the other kind of concept, the other school of thought, this entire 4 solutions we just discussed are under the MEV is intrinsic. It's always going to be there, so sell the monopoly. The other school of thought, as you guys recall, is MEV is extrinsic. This is a function of bad engineering. So the solution is break the monopoly. How do you break a monopoly? Well, the monopoly is there's one proposer. How do you break it? More than one proposer. Super simple idea. That's the concept. And within this kind of paradigm, there is 2 different solutions that have been proposed. The first is fossil. I'm sure over this past week, if you guys have been going to sessions, you've heard a lot about it. But the high-level idea is we have one proposer and a group of proposers that are allowed to force include some transactions. And by doing this, you effectively break the inclusion monopoly that proposers have today, and there's some other downstream effects. I'm not going to get too into it, but that's the intuition there. And what's interesting is that Fossil, if you look at the research, actually works very nicely in tandem with execution auctions or execution tickets. You can actually begin fixing some of the problems I discussed earlier by meshing these two approaches together. Happy to talk more about this later. But the other big idea is, I would say, a more extreme version, pushing the multi-proposer idea to its logical conclusion of, no, we're not going to have this subcommittee, we're going to actually have multiple proposers. The idea here is for block N, you have, call it, I'm choosing a random number, you have 8 proposers for block N. And every proposer, what they do is they choose a subset of transactions to include based on their own local view. And then what is block N? You merge all the transactions from the 8 proposers together, and you apply a special sequencing rule to it. So by doing so, you've actually fixed 2 things. You've broken the inclusion monopoly, and you've broken the sequencing monopoly. Now, an easy question to ask is, wait a second, why can't we have broken the sequencing monopoly the entire time? Right? You can always apply a special ordering rule to a block. There's no reason that the proposer needs to do that. And the reason why we can't do that when you don't have censorship resistance is, well, if a proposer knows their blocks and have a certain sequencing, and they don't like the order of a transaction, they just won't include it. So you can't apply a special sequencing rule to a block without having censorship resistance, and that's something that BRAID, or multi-proposer solution, gives you. So again, the idea of BRAID high level is take a bunch of proposers, they all propose some transactions to be included into a block, merge it all together, apply a special ordering rule. Presumably, this should break the sequencing monopoly and the inclusion monopoly. So there's a bunch of open questions about this solution. The first is, and this is a MEV is intrinsic type of question, wait a second. I don't think you can break this monopoly. There probably exists hidden in this structure another monopoly. And in BRAID, the proposer that proposes last, in some sense, they have a monopoly because they see all the other things that will be included, so they really know, based on what they do, the end result of the block. So they have some power over sequencing and including, not necessarily the full power that today's proposers have, but some power. And the question becomes, can you have simultaneous release where you don't have somebody with the last look? Open question in the research. Another question is that there's going to be some exclusive order flow auctions that are going on. How does that affect it? Another big question is, how does the gas limit work when you have multiple proposers? That's another open question. So if you take a bird's eye view again, and just going back through the talk, we began by saying, today there's a real problem. We have an allocation problem, we have a centralization problem. This all spurs from a monopoly. And within it, we had 2 kind of ways of solving it. Let's sell the monopoly, let's break the monopoly. And within each of these categories, there has been a bunch of different ideas that have been proposed in the literature. Again, I don't know which one's the right one. I think a lot of work needs to be done, but I encourage everybody in this crowd to do some research here. And one of the reasons why I personally love MEV research is that MEV research is all about how do you break a system? How do you break consensus? How do you kind of exploit consensus? But through this research, you end up learning a lot about how consensus works and a lot about how the execution environment works. So it is an interesting form of research that really gives deep intuition about how these systems work. So I encourage everybody to dig in. I kind of baited people by saying, can we fix MEV? And the answer is, I don't know. There's a bunch of solutions out there, but hopefully I motivated people to do some further digging. So I guess finished a minute early, so I'll leave room for a little bit more questions.
I already see a lot of questions in, but you can scan the QR code and we'll quickly tackle the questions. There's quite a few. I'm going to read them out for the audience joining online. Would inclusion lists or obfuscated encrypted mempools be a solution to solving MEV?
Yeah, so this is a good question. One of the questions when it comes to encrypted mempools, at least, is as a proposer, do I have to accept a transaction from the encrypted mempool? And if the answer is no, then you could only accept unencrypted transactions and propose those, and you end up with the same monopoly. If you're forced to accept transactions from the encrypted mempool, you could theoretically create side deals where you have people prove what the encryption represents, and then the monopoly comes back. There's some ways to circumnavigate it, is my point. So it is possible that at a first order attempt, encrypted mempools does solve some of these problems, but it is circumnavigatable. Doesn't mean people will do it, but as we see, people go through crazy lengths to exploit MEV, so it wouldn't surprise me if they do.
In lottery-based proposals, what determines how many tickets one entity can hold? Aren't we reinventing proof of work?
So it's very funny. The proof of work comment is correct in a lot of ways. A lot of writers have written about this. But what's the most amount of tickets someone can hold? There's zero way, maybe unless you use like World ID, that you could enforce a limit of how many tickets you can hold. Because if you say everyone can hold one ticket, create multiple accounts, now you can hold 12 tickets, right? So there's no way of forcing a limit here. So one actor could really have all the tickets, and what we showed in that research paper I was talking about before is that that's probably going to happen, at least with a vanilla attempt of how execution tickets are proposed.
Is braid napkin math?
I think braid's an interesting idea. I think it's definitely worth exploring. I mean, as we showed in the kind of the presentation, breaking the monopoly is one really interesting way of solving MEV. Doesn't mean that MEV is extrinsic. It really could be that MEV is intrinsic and we're kind of going down a false road and we'll never fix it. But the intuition of there's a monopoly, have multiple proposers to break it, is probably a correct one, and there's at least a nugget of truth there. So I definitely think it's worth exploring.
And a related question, how does special ordering work in braid?
So that's an interesting open research question. So the dominant idea right now is just do a priority ordering where you kind of just rank order transactions in terms of their priority fee. But that's just one idea of an ordering rule. There could be many other ordering rules, and that's an open area of research of what ordering rule limits how much MEV is exploited, what captures the most MEV. There's a bunch of questions there. So there's future research to be done.
And the other is, why can't we just order transactions based on timestamp? And why is that not a proper solution?
It's hard in a decentralized system to guarantee like that the timestamp is accurate. And also, if you collude with some other actors, you can forge a timestamp. So you're just asking for other games to be played.
Isn't it hard for builders and proposers to bid the right MEV value in advance for future block space rights?
So yeah, by the way, this is a fantastic question. So today in the current MEV pipeline, if you think about what builders are doing, is they know ex post what transactions they have. So when they're bidding for the monopoly, right, they know the value of what they hold. So they're not bidding over expected value. They know exactly the value they have and can make a bid as such. In the case of execution auctions, when you're bidding for something in advance, or execution tickets when you're bidding for something in advance, you're bidding ex ante, and you don't know the value of what you're going to get, and as a result, you have to do an expected value calculation. And if you look at the paper that I put out with Davide and Fahad, we show that when you're doing this stuff in expectation, there's a lot of weird properties. First of all, there's probably more centralization that takes place, because not all actors can do these ex ante calculations. And on top of that, certain actors consistently have higher ex ante valuations, but only ex post do other actors have a higher valuation. You can see that in the research. And also, part of the reason why we can't capture all MEV is that people might be risk averse and downweight the MEV they will capture because it's an expectation. As a result, when you pay for this monopoly right, you won't pay the full amount.
The next two questions are related. If we want to give MEV back to users, is ASS the only practical solution? And rather than removing MEV, could we approach in a different way where the protocol captures some value from the MEV?
I guess I'm going to answer the first question. I don't fully get the second question. My guess is this is a Sorella proposer of how applications can capture their own MEV. So application MEV capture is by no means, it works together with protocol MEV capture. So one nice way of thinking about the Sorella proposer is that they're just running PBS on an application, like at the application layer, and that definitely should capture MEV, but I don't think that is non-compatible with protocol MEV capture. This talk was mostly about protocol MEV capture, of how the protocol fixes a problem. I'm not as well versed in how applications kind of fixed a problem, so I'm not going to comment further, but I don't want to speak and be wrong.
And yeah, the second question is down if you.
Yeah, so if the goal of the protocol is to capture 5% of MEV, like it's hard to design an approach where like you're able to target 5% and get it. What's most likely going to happen is you try to capture all of it, and if you only want to capture a percentage, you can rebate some. Or you could just say that whatever approach is going to happen is probably not going to capture everything, so this is an 80% approach, but you can't necessarily target a percentage per se.
Currently, MEV is not a priority in the community compared to other topics. How can we increase the attention on the topic?
Actually, I don't know if that's true. I mean, Fossil has been getting a lot of attention recently. Execution auctions, execution tickets have seen a lot of writing recently. I think that in today's world, interop is probably one of the bigger problems that users are facing. And I think it makes sense why that's kind of become the priority recently. But I think MEV has gotten sufficient attention. Obviously, at bias, I love working with MEV researchers, so the more the merrier. But I think it's getting the attention it deserves.
The next question is an interesting one, but we've run out of time. And
he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Yep. So give it up. This was a really edge of your seat talk. So we'll have the next talk beginning at 12 noon. That's in 4 minutes. So you can just get up, stretch, and then come back. This is the MEV room. All of you should continue staying here if you're interested in the topic. Next up, we have Joseph Poon, who's been working for quite some time on L2s. And it's an interesting talk right after the last one of how we fix MEV. And now we have L2 specific MEV mitigation strategies. So you've all been a great audience so far, like super engaged. I can't get through all the questions. So let's keep that energy high. Yeah, Joseph.
Hi, everyone. So my talk is about L2 specific mitigation strategies, and it's actually a wider talk about, MEV, how to mitigate a lot of MEV. And the general approach that the MEV community has been focused on is how to live with MEV. This is a talk more about how we can really try to get rid of it as a community, and why Ethereum is well positioned to do that beyond other efforts, L1 chains, etc. The general approach is fairly simple. We're talking about, perhaps below 50 lines of code encompassing, everything we're talking about here. And I genuinely believe that simple designs are what are effective and oftentimes are, the nut of the problem, right? It's very fractal. You want to keep things simple initially, and then some complexity comes out later. I think we've overstacked the complexity too hard today initially, and I think we should take a look at everything from fresh eyes. Ultimately, what is this about? This is ultimately about building the world ledger, right? What is the world computer today? It's the global financial system. And that basically determines how much wheat we make next year. When the satellite feeds start showing a lot of brown fields, the prices start going up for September delivery, and then farmers start planting more. That's effectively a global computer, and it's driven by a ledger. And the opportunity is to drive that through crypto, blockchain, etc. And we ultimately need to be thinking about the opportunity of growth above any type of short-term yield generation or value maximization, because that's really the promise, in terms of serving society. I believe most MEV is pathological. It's a chronic issue that we're facing. If we believe that we want grandma to be using, these types of technologies that we're all building, grandma's not going to have fun getting sandwich, and she's probably going to hate it more than you do. These types of activities are not permitted in TradFi. We need to be putting effort into fixing this algorithmically and via incentives rather than through legal means, obviously. And that requires some effort in terms of our community to try to fix the problem as opposed to live with the problem, because they're not going to get on board without actually resolving these things. Let's look at what's going on in the wider ecosystem in terms of an L1 heavy approach, right? MEV is over half the transaction costs paid by users in aggregate in Solana. Even Ethereum is nowhere near that, L1. My thesis is that the users have a choice to go to L2s, and then there's parallel choice in terms of that. To properly compare transaction costs between these two chains requires including the total round-trip costs, including aggregate MEV. Token Terminal recently came out with these stats. Don't really look at how high the bars are because the axes are different. What I want you to really focus on is the green versus the pink and purple, right? What this is really showing is that the green is effectively MEV activity. This is not an accurate representation. It's fairly loose because how you can properly measure it is somewhat subjective. But what you're looking at on Solana is that MEV is over 50% of the value capture. This is a very, very, very important point to look at. On ETH, it's somewhere between let's say 20, 25%, something like that, right? But what's interesting on the Solana side is that it's growing. Now, why is this really important? It's that MEV cannot be efficiently tuned. It's a very binary issue, right? Either you have it or you don't. It's not like transaction fees or gas fees, which you can adjust, right? All you can do is, okay, I'm going to raise the gas cap. I'm going to raise, the blob size. I'm going to reduce it or increase it. And by increasing or tuning that by, let's say, 25%, well, you can see transaction and gas fees go down commensurately based on capacity and demand. And there's no knob for MEV like this. So as you start scaling up L1s and L2s, MEV is going to perhaps remain, at minimum, remain static, but more likely capture a larger and larger share of the round trip cost for users. And this is a big problem because chains with pathological MEV is going to be less competitive long term. It's not something that you can effectively resolve. Unlike things like, how much throughput you want on your chain. So that brings into the question, is Ethereum positioned to effectively eliminate MEV, detectable MEV? I think we've already solved the problem to some degree. We've been working for the past several years in Ethereum, inadvertently or intentionally, depending on who you're talking to resolve MEV. I had a talk with a large VC focus, Ethereum focused VC, and it was like, do we really want to be talking about this? Because a lot of people in the L1s are sort of misguided in terms of this approach. But it's we're an open source community, so let's talk about it, right? Again, this is very, very simple, right? It's very, very, very simple. If you have no L2s in an environment with no MEV, it's straightforward. If you have MEV, it's pretty complicated. You have no choice. It's not complicated. You have no choice, right? When you have an environment with L2s, like we do in Ethereum, if a rollup starts performing MEV, and might I remind you, effectively no rollups today are performing MEV. A lot of people are talking about it. Like maybe half or more of the rollups are talking about it. None have done it. Why? Because the moment you do it, people are going to switch over. Like, you need to be thinking in terms of game theoretic incentives and not complex algorithms. What you need is parallel sequencing, and that's what L2s inadvertently get you. It's really that simple. So I genuinely believe competitive parallel sequencing solves pathological MEVs. These types of sandwiching type of attacks. Multiple L2s are actually multiple sequencers. This brings about sequencer choice. If one starts conducting MEV, users will route around damage. There's a credible threat of routing around this damage. Ethereum L2s are actually an MEV solution, and it's not just for scaling. If you want to be solving parallel sequencing, you're going to be reinventing L2s. That's what's going to happen. I genuinely believe that projects such as Solana and other emerging projects that have an L1 specific focus will basically have MEV dominate their total round trip transaction costs. And approaches to resolve this will basically reinvent the wheel, right? Like, so if you're like, okay, let's just have some type of parallel sequencing on the L1 and not do this L2 thing, well then you have some type of conflicts that arise between transaction ordering with contracts that overlap, right? You're going to have disagreements of that. And then it's going to be like, well, let's separate these contracts into separate namespaces. Well, you've just reinvented L2s, right? With less performance. The work that the Ethereum community has put into L2s, rollups, etc., requires years of investment across contracts, user behavior, wallets, infrastructure, and it's an ongoing process. But this has already been years in the making. Other efforts such as TEs don't solve this problem either. TEEs, you might as well co-locate all your validators in Intel's data center. The sequencers can still control the input. It's not a credible solution. Forced inclusion basically forces collusion, right? Like if you look at how MEV proposers work today, you're basically dealing with a handful of entities that collude with each other. It's not a credible solution. Parallel sequencing solves this in a much more credible way. I much prefer, a choice between 10 different L2 sequencers rather than, a cabal of, let's say, 3 or 4 proposers, right? What does this mean? If you're working on an L2, you should publicly commit to refuse to do pathological MEV. Everyone is already refusing to do pathological MEV, but it's a competitive advantage for you to do so. And what do I mean by that? Why do I think this is important? Not just in terms of getting rid of this problem, but I think it's also important because if you don't acknowledge that this is the incentive and the state of a lot of L2s, if you look at where the sort of how this is going to play out, I really think entities such as Base and Inc. and OKX chain are going to be dominating because their incentive is to play the long game. Their incentive is to say, hey, we want to get users, we want to get TradFi on board, we want to get the entire world on board. We don't care about this MEV thing because it's relatively diminutive compared to the real opportunity. If you're operating in L2, you need to at least commit to be on the same level in the long term in terms of acting in your own users' interests. What else can you do? You need to reduce switching costs between L2s. In order for this to be true choice, you need to ensure that the choice is tangible, effective, and credible, right? So I think there's a shift in the wider space right now from AMMs to RFQs, intents, and order books. This is the effort that I'm particularly interested in, but it's something that you're going to be seeing in the next year. And what I like about this is this breaks the monopoly and network effect power that AMMs have. The AMM has significant network effects where the cost of sort of switching from one L2 to another is somewhat tangible. I think over the next year, as you see efforts move in these directions towards newer technologies, split liquidity is not going to really be an issue. But what's interesting is that in order for these new things to work, we actually need revert protection, which nearly no L2 supports right now. Revert protection is important. I cannot emphasize this enough. Everyone actually wants revert protection. You need it for the new emerging systems, and the MEV guys want it too, right? The MEV guys want it because they need it in order to do their effective auction system, and I'll get into that in a second. But let's look at RFQs, intents, and order books, right? Currently, RFQ spreads are wider on L2. There's a greater risk in terms of using these types of intents constructions on L2s because transaction contention is a big problem. If you have several transactions trying to get in, only one of them is going to get in, right? And in order to do revert protection, essentially all you need to do is the sequencer, or even the RPC server, just says, if this transaction reverts, I'm not including in the L2 block. Speed helps a lot. Revert protection helps so much more. In my opinion, decentralized intents, account abstraction are basically broken without revert protection. This is easy to do on many L2s. They should be doing this immediately. There's been a paper recently from the MEV guys about, it's called quantifying the value of revert protection. They're effectively talking about how to maximize MEV on these L2s. I'm personally, I think their math is solid. It seems reasonable. I think the issue is more about eliminating MEV rather than optimizing it. And I think hey, everyone wants this. If you're doing an L2, do revert protection ASAP. It's very, very, very important. If you want to be doing revert protection on the L1 in a decentralized way, me and a couple of friends have a proposal, EIP 7640. It hasn't been merged, pull request 8267, about how to do revert protection on the L1. This is relevant because, I genuinely believe a lot of traffic will move to L2. I think perfectly eliminating MEV on L1s is borderline impossible. But there are ways to sort of mess with them. There are other techniques such as shifting the state tree proof to the next block, and then you allow kind of multiple transaction routes. That'll also mess with the MEV guys on L1. There's no proposal for that. But there's a lot of things you can mess with them on L1, but ultimately the real battle is going to happen on L2s. But in order to understand why revert protection is interesting, and I cannot emphasize this enough, is really how do you think about MEV, right? And this is going to be fairly obvious. You already know this, but I'm more talking about a mental model and how to look at the problem from a different angle, right? Everyone talks about searchers, sequencers, builders, proposers. What is MEV, right? Like that's sort of what everyone's looking at. But the first step to understanding MEV is actually revert protection. That's why everyone's like pushing for it right now, even the MEV guys. You already know all this, but let's say it's 2022, you want an NFT, 5 people are trying to get it. Broadcast the transaction, only 1 guy gets it. What happens to the other 4 guys, right? Their stuff gets reverted. We had this because we had a public mempool and there was, a DOS attack vector. But if you have a centralized sequencer, this is not a problem. This should not happen, right? If you have a decentralized sequencers, there's ways to mitigate this as well. It starts looking a lot like the 7640 type stuff. But effectively, if you don't include anything that gets reverted, the one gets in, the other people don't pay anything. Right? This is key to actually how the MEV people think, because they're focused on the fact that in an auction system, there's 1 winner and 4 other losers. Right? Those 4 other losers trying to sandwich attack people need to not pay any money. Because if you're in auction and you pay anyway when you lose, this is not a functional system. This is the core of MEV design. Revert protection is the core nut of how everything works. And this core nut is also necessary for things like intense RFQs and order books in order to break this type of like network effect stranglehold. And basically the point is that if you're doing some type of intent or any of these types of new things, what happens is, okay, I'm filling an intent, right? If I'm filling an intent and 4 other people are trying to fill this intent, I'm going to lose money if I'm not the winner, right? Like a lot of the intent people like are not focused on this. This is the main issue to look at right now. This is the core thing. This is the dialectic. This is the conversation. This is the root of it all. But wait, what if we move to decentralized sequencing? What happens then, right? We need choice in sequencer, in the sense that what you need to do, similar to the prior example, is just extend it down to choice within the L2 as well. If we move to multiple sequencers within an L2, then all we need to do is say, okay, I'm going to have a contract within this L2 that says which sequencer my transaction can get included in. If another sequencer includes it that I haven't authorized, then that's an invalid block on the L2. Right? And then they get slashed or whatever it may be. Right? It's that simple. You don't need that complicated math. All you need to do is give the users choice. Right? So if one L2, this is the same L2 rollup, if there's several validators, if one of the validators starts acting pathologically, then you say that validator can't include my transaction. Right? It's not complicated. Don't do this on the L1. This is going to be centralizing if you do this on the L1, because on the L2s, the set of participants tend to be smaller in a lot of these, if you do decentralized sequencing, and also if you, the fact that like the entry and exits are going to be less frequent. So I genuinely believe that MEV is poised to dominate transaction costs from any L1s without L2s. Ethereum is already very, very well positioned for mitigation against MEV due to prior and current hard work that the community has made via building the L2s, new market exchange mechanisms, and wallet designs. If you want to be solving MEV, this is the effort that needs to be done. Ethereum has 5-6 years of effort on this. Like if you want to be replicating this, you need to be playing back this effort. And that means that Ethereum's L2 work is at the forefront of the current crypto dialectic. This is basically a conversation that's being had between people that want to extract value from the system and people that are defending against that for the users. And this effort is happening on Ethereum. Now, I think that it's stacked maybe 10-1 in terms of like who's fighting for what, right? But I think that basically this is going to play out in a way that you can't really game out against. You can't create complex things against. Once you give the users choice and maximize users choice, which Ethereum is already well on a trajectory to do so, Ethereum has a very, very strong advantage in order to do that. And I think it's very important work because we're all trying to build a better world on chain for everyone, and I think that's the real opportunity. Thanks.
Thanks for that great talk. We have a lot of questions, so we're going to try being quick to get to more of them. We can combine the first two, which is what is revert protection and does it open a DOS attack vector on the sequencer?
Okay, so it's easier for me to go number 2 and then number 1, obviously. So revert protection is essentially if your transaction doesn't go through, like in the NFT example, right? Someone's giving away an NFT and all you need to do is just pay the money to buy it on chain. There's only one of these. Everyone broadcasts at the same time. One guy wins, the 4 guys loses. Right now, the current status quo, if you just broadcast it on the public mempool, is that you will be paying gas in order, even though you don't get the thing you wanted. And this is the reason why this was done in 2015, 2016, right? Like this is in the beginning of Ethereum, is because there was a DOS attack vector in the mempool. When you propagate the transaction across different computers, if you don't attach a cost to it, then you can keep spamming things, and then eventually, like the system starts breaking down. So for the first question, this is why it was done. If you have a centralized sequencer, this is not a problem. If you have a decentralized, and I would say MEV services, by the way, also think this is not a problem. Because MEV services are basically doing this revert protection themselves. And if this was not a solvable problem, no proposer would exist, right? Definitionally, the fact that proposers exist means that this is a solvable problem. You can do things like flow control, like saying like, hey, you can only do a certain amount if you have a certain locked up per address. It doesn't matter the specific mechanism. All I want you to understand is that revert protection exists on these MEV services, right? They're not getting DOSed out. This is all very solvable. And there are various techniques.
Unichain, I don't know if that's a question, but maybe your thoughts on Unichain and its approach to solving MEV?
So I guess I can combine the next two. I'm not particularly convinced that TE is a credible approach. I think the Unichain, they're doing a lot of great work, right? Unichain, for example, has proposed revert protection. They're the first ones to propose it. I think that's a lot of good work. I'm not convinced TE is a credible thing. Like, you might as well just run it at Intel's data center. It's not decentralized. It's effectively a version of PayPal. The interesting thing about TEEs is that what are these things for, right? Like, these are basically like kind of like hardware wallets. These constructions, when you put it on-prem, in the premises of a user that's adversarial to you, they always get broken. That's why DRM always gets broken, right? This has been like 30 years of history. This stuff gets broken when you give people a box and you don't trust them, right? These boxes are great when you don't trust yourself. Right? Why do people buy these like hardware wallets? Is it because they don't trust someone? It's because they're afraid of themselves screwing up. That's what TEs are great for. It's not because you're afraid of someone else trying to screw you over. It's when you're afraid that you're going to screw up yourself.
How is revert protection relevant for sandwiching?
So essentially, this is such a, okay. So thinking about how to answer this. So when you have this fight, right, over, this NFT example, there's going to be four people losing and one person winning. This maps out also to something that someone can take advantage of. Someone can sandwich this one transaction, and 5 people want to do it, 4 people are losing out on it. And ultimately, the 4 people losing out on it will change their behavior if, for example, they're paying a cost to it. You kind of don't want them to pay a cost to it, is what the MEB people ultimately are thinking about. Now, revert protection is also needed for intents, right? And intents are necessary to, remove these certain types of network effects and switching costs. But if you have this question, we can talk a little bit later about it as well.
And last question, how do we know the growing MEV proportion on Solana is because of design rather than meme coin meta?
I mean, obviously, everything is a mix of it. The meme coin meta is alive and well on Ethereum as well. I would argue that Ethereum meme coins are fairly just almost as strong as on Solana when you view it as able to sustain a large market cap, right? But rather than the zero sum cycle. Yeah, I mean that's a factor. But that doesn't preclude the point of, MEV, meme coins rather, are a large portion of base. Do you see MEV as part of base? No, right? It's not a complicated argument.
Thanks, Joseph. You can give it up for Joseph.
Thank you so much. And I think we have an opportunity to really build something great in the community.
So we'll have our next talk beginning in 5 minutes at 12:30. Until then, you can just take a break, get a coffee. We have 1 more hour to go before lunch, so let's go strong. next speakers are quite famous. Flashbots, everyone has heard of them. We have Kristoff from Flashbots and Shin working on Teleport, which is a new project that Flashbots is working on. It's a very short title. I like brevity, conditional recall. So I think it's going to be a great talk, and it's quite an intriguing title. Let's get them on stage.
Hello. I didn't know that I was famous. I doubt that very much. Chin is famous. Okay.
Ooh, yes.
So, we will talk first about X. Here's the story, Anon. So, in the neon-lit nights of 2025, Johnson & Johnson unveiled X, a pill not larger than a snowflake, but it promised a tempest of change. The miraculous drug didn't just allow people to cherry-pick memories to erase from their minds, it also can credibly leave a reminder in people's minds that those memories has been vanished forever. Amidst the iconic red brick walls of Harvard Law School, you with books in one hand and dreams in the other are on a mission. You're not just another student, you carry the hope of revolutionizing the archaic chambers of the legal world. Each night, as you pore over the tomes of law, you wonder what greatness society could have achieved. On a cold evening, your phone buzzes. It's Dex, your old college friend turned underground dealer. His message is simple. Got X? Special price for you. The temptation swirls around you. Would you trade the lessons of the past for a clearer yet incomplete future? The decision rests in your hands, Anon. Okay. What is conditional recall? First, let me tell you about perfect recall. So perfect recall is the assumption that we usually make in human cognition and game theory and all kinds of strategic interactions, right? We assume that we remember what we have experienced, and we cannot choose what we remember or what we don't remember. So we assume that humans just remember, or at least don't have control what to remember. All of that will change in 2025, but then you have a technology that allows you to conditionally recall information, and in particular to credibly forget. And that is the exploration we do in this project, which will be a paper soon. We want to understand what are the strategic implications or social implications of a technology that would allow you to credibly forget information. And you can do that in such a way that you forget information, you commit to forgetting information if certain kind of conditions are met in the environment. So Johnson & Johnson X pill will be 2025. Before that, we already have artificial agents who have access to conditional recall. So we are very bullish on TEEs, sort of as a commitment device, because that is a technology where you can use an artificial agent, put it inside of a TEE, and then you can generate attestations or proofs that that agent has erased a certain kind of memory or has sent send a request to remove memory from an external storage device. Okay? And so if you have these artificial agents having access to conditional recall information, then we can do magical things with it. And we want to present some magical things that you can do with that. I talk about more about philosophical ideas, but in all of them I think there is the potential for an actual application in them. And then Shin will talk about already existing applications that, that use the power of conditionally forgetting information. Okay, first application. That's a classical problem from this guy, is Ken Arrow. And he described for the first time this very famous error information paradox, which is a very, very basic but fundamental idea. So you want to sell a piece of intellectual property. You have an idea. You want to sell it to somebody. But in order to sell it to somebody, you need to convince that somebody that that is actually a good idea. And so if you start telling that person about the idea more and more and more and more and more and more, at some point, that other party has learned the idea, right? And then contracting breaks down because he already knows the idea and then he doesn't need to pay you for it, okay? Conventional workarounds for this contracting problem usually is IP law, like you hire some lawyers and they protect your intellectual property, you have patent law, and you need to rely on the legal system, or you can do like the classical contracting stuff, right? You can contract only on the outputs of the technology, but not actually on the actual technology, right? And then you have all the problems of asymmetric information in contracting, so that's no good. But if you have X, then you can conditionally recall information, right? You can solve this transacting problem. You commit before the actual selling of the idea that if you don't like it as a buyer, you commit to forgetting the content of that idea, right? And then the only thing that after the negotiation you remember in case you don't buy the information is that you didn't like it, but nothing else. Here's another broad class of ideas that you can do with this technology, one-time use of information. So previously I was telling about selling information. Now we can also think about renting out information, using it only once or twice or conditionally or 5 times, 6 times. And Shin has beautiful examples of that as well. Another quote, I don't believe that this story is true, but I would like it to be true. So one of my favorite writers, Jorge Luis Borges, wrote this about 15th century Italian warfare. So in 15th century Italy, he claims war has reached a perfection that many would call ridiculous. Once the armies were assembled, the generals compared the numbers, strength, and position of their troops and decided who among them must suffer defeat. They decided on the outcome of that war. Chance and bloodshed were eliminated. Okay? That is an instance of the power of reducing asymmetric information in bargaining. If we are perfectly informed about each other's capabilities in the bargaining situation, we can improve efficiency. We can avoid war, going to war, because we can just decide who has the better army, right, without actually conducting the war. Okay? This illustrates a powerful idea of this symmetric information in bargaining for better negotiation outcomes. And we have a lot of social institutions around, right? NDAs and these kind of things are a way of making sure that some information only remains in a particular bargaining situation where it can help improve efficiency. So that is the conventional workaround, NDAs and lawyers, sharing information for a particular situation so that it is not used outside of that situation. But with conditional recall, we can just use the information, put it in a TE, let the bots negotiate, and they achieve a good outcome. And after that, we forget what they did. Okay? Another example of one-time use of information. This was constraining the other party to rug you. You can also constrain yourself. For commitment, you can forget. And being forgetful can be a very useful commitment device. How so? This is a forget monopolist example. Shout out to Wei Dai, who put it on his website. So suppose you are a vendor of some good. For example, you sell X pills to the local market, right? So you run the local pharmacy and you have a large supply of those X pills. And each day, same customer enters your store and you're wondering, okay, how much is his willingness to pay for this technology? You're not sure about that. If the price is too high, he will not buy. And if the price is too low, then you could have charged more, extracted more monopoly rents, right? Repetition makes it even more interesting. Why? Because if you sell today, you can take that as that gives you information about the willingness to pay of the buyer, right? So if he buys today under the current price, you know a lower bound on his value. Okay. Now here's the strategic interaction. If the customer actually knows this, he might not buy today because he doesn't want to get rent extracted tomorrow, right? So in this case, you harm yourself by remembering that the guy was willing to buy today, okay? This dynamic can be broken by a forgetful monopolist. So forgetful monopolists can extract more rents than a monopolist that remembers. Okay. Quick one on reputation. I witnessed recently, 2 days ago, my colleague Tessa negotiating price of a taxi, of a tuk-tuk. So here's the story about these tuk-tuk negotiations. She did it the right way. So she stubbornly stuck to her price. She was always saying 200. The guy said 400. She was saying 200, 400, 200, 400. That's exactly the correct thing to do this, because if you appear very stubborn in this situation, at some point the opponent will give in. Okay? Because you have a reputation of being a very stubborn, maybe even irrational person. Okay? A great substitute for, that's on a reputational level. So Tessa built a reputation of being stubborn. But here's a twist on reputation. It doesn't work on the forgetful. So if the tuk-tuk driver wouldn't remember how long they were negotiating, for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, if he can credibly commit to forgetting how long this negotiation has happened and how many times they already went back and forth, he's in a strategically better situation. Okay. Now I pass on the floor to Shinwan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks. Okay, so we've just seen a lot of like, I would say like fables, and then like, I mean game theory are fables, and then yeah, those stories kind of help us to build some of the intuition, but then now I got to dive in into some of the like actual games and social games that we play in reality, together with some examples, right? So like I think, wait, how does this work? Oh, I click. Okay, great. Okay, yeah. So first of all, I guess like Kristoff went through a bunch of like economics examples, but there are also some cryptography examples. So I would say like one of the biggest applications you can see is this from 2008 paper called like one-time programs. So in this paper, you can see they specifically listed some of the real games that we play, right? Oh, like you want to go on a vacation, and then you would like to give your assistant or a friend the power to decrypt and sign emails on your behalf. So this is like very realistic. I think, yeah, a lot of creators have this problem. A lot of just people who, I guess, run companies also have this problem. Like I've heard countless times from DeFi founders how how every day they wake up they have like 1,000+ notifications on their Telegram groups. So obviously, like using one-time programs that allows the other person to reply messages on your behalf under some condition is a classic game for this. Yeah, and then next I would say. But to implement this, we can see there's there's like this conditional recall mapping into one-time programs, and then you can see sometimes conditional recall apps are actually so powerful such that it's against the AI safety policy to even discuss it. This happens at one time when I wanted to make the email recall game together with cloud. Okay, and then some real social games. I think the first one is social capital, right? So social capital in today's world is really tied into reputation, which is a form of, I would say, like sticky recall game, because us as humans, when we play social games, we don't have the ability to do conditional recall, which is why reputations are very sticky, and which is why social capitals kind of accumulate. However, with the ability to do conditional recall, we can do something more interesting, right? So we all know like Ray Dalio is kind of obsessed with this microeconomics analysis, right? Like, oh, social commitment is debt, debt is credit, and credit is money. And of course, Ray Dalio has a lot of those quotes. So we see like those kind of social capital, social games are very prevalent. So that means today most of the social capital is locked up in, let's say, accounts. For example, in Twitter, right? A lot of people right, like grow their audience and engagement. So a lot of social capital is locked up in one account, in one Web2 platform, where you have both like a liquidity problem and an interest rate problem. Interest rate meaning that once you already have a following, it's easier for you to grow, and then liquidity meaning that you cannot really exchange your social capital or transfer it to another person, right? It's kind of like a soulbound token-ish thing. Yeah, and you cannot also move them because voila, the account has secret information, which is your like your identity is actually tied to the account, and the account's posting rights is tied to this password that you have, which goes back to the previous, I think, example of. Yeah, of one-time programs that when you go on a vacation, you do not wish your friend to just take your account and then go with it. You want to put some constraints. So then, using the X example, you can just force your friend to submit you with a proof of, taking a selfie that I have taken X today after posting on your account. But of course, a more realistic way to do this is using something like TEs. So we have done this, like I would say, like a research experiment of implementing an app like this. So you can see over here, you could, for example, you could put your Twitter account inside of TE and then mint an NFT that represents the ownership to post once from your account according to some kind of AI filter. So in this way, you can implement all of the conditional recall examples and one-time program examples from the 2008 example. So you can see over here, maybe I want to lend my account to somebody who wants to talk a joke about TE, right? Because I'm a bull, but then you would like somebody to increase the diversity of voices in your community. Yeah. So you can see over here, you could like actually redeem the NFT, and then therefore you have the entire flow. Yeah, so here's an example of how many people have actually joined and then used the TEs to decentralize their voice. Yeah, I think I want to touch. So Kristoff had a lot of examples about like I think Arrow's information paradox, right? And then like all kinds of social interactions. But in reality, we also see a lot of those that just happen very casually. Like, for example, when you're watching football together with your friends, sometimes you want to roast other people, but you don't really have a good way of implementing this easy social game. However, with like, conditional recall as guaranteed by TEs, you could do something. Like when you mint the NFT, you do allow posts that roast my football knowledge if Germany wins against Spain in the Euro Cup. Allow posting if I'm fat, and if I don't exercise in the past 7 days. Allow posting cute cats. Allow posts that talk about Ethereum Foundation if the NFT redeemer submits the email proof that they own an Ethereum email, right? So in this way, you can kind of implement blind natively on Twitter. Yeah, so those social games couldn't actually be played before due to that you have to take over the other person's phone and send it, right? Or trusting the other person to actually keep up the promise despite some incentive problems. Another quick example is that this terminal of truth, I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen, is that like it's an AI bot that Mark Andreessen tipped, I think, 1 Bitcoin into it. But then the problem with AI bots is that despite they are very interesting just social games, right? Like you can see them as massive PvP version of Turkish carpet salesman game. The AI essentially acts as like a coordination or correlation device for Twitter discussions, for reply guys. And this game is only playable if the mechanism is credible and not rigged. Like if the human player is if the human owner of the account is able to rig the AI's replies, then the game suddenly becomes uninteresting. So then using the same technology, we could implement a conditional recall agent. Essentially, you have the same terminal of truth bot. However, you give it, essentially you make it such that the human developer cannot do conditional recall to credibly relinquish the control. Yeah, so then we implemented some of those as an example, and you can interact with TEE. Okay. See you, and let's have some questions, I think, if we have time.
Yeah, Kristoff, if you weren't famous before, you're certainly famous now after this amazing talk. You can scan the QR code and submit questions. We already have 2 of them. One is more of a facetious comment, but still funny. Any chance of collectively forgetting that Trump was ever elected? Which is more like, is there a difference between like group forgetting and individual forgetting in the...
Yes, is a great question. So two takes on that. I didn't put it in the talk but because I thought it was too spicy. But there was a forgetful negotiator example, and so we were very bullish Biden 2024, but yeah, didn't work out. On the collective forgetting, we have a beautiful example in the paper where basically collectively forgetting about something is sometimes helps the collective. For example, in reputation games. So the example is somehow an example of extortion. Mafia wants to extort resources from a community. And so if we credibly commit to forgetting that the mafia is sort of reckless, and so we collectively act, not fearfully, then mafia will actually not extract rents from our community. So there are examples in the paper that very much go in that direction.
The other question is also a distinction, that is there a difference between committing to forget a piece of information and committing not to use a piece of information?
My take on it, maybe Shin has a different take. I think committing to forget information is in some sense more robust, right? So it cannot be broken that easily. But there is in principle a general equivalence, right? If you never use a piece of information and makes that credible, that would be the same as not on a psychological level for yourself, but behaviorally it would be equivalent. Do you have a different answer?
I would say it's more, yeah, it's becoming more equivalent if you move into the future, right? Like one trend we have seen is that like in the past, property is defined by what you can defend yourself physically. So like in the Stone Ages, it's like, you know, oh, what I can beat the others up, you know, if I take the other person's rocks, and that's my own property. But then as you know, society progressed, it's more like law kind of became this way of like you defending yourself, and then like that some kind of piece of paper defines what your property is. And then in the information age, it's more like like my password actually, like my Twitter account is my property. So then like the password is just a piece of information, right? So then like if I commit to forgetting that information, would be more equivalent to committing to never use it, right? Because in the past we can only committing to not use it, and none of those things are information related. Yeah, so I guess my answer would be like it's becoming more and more equivalent in the future.
We can maybe combine 2 questions. So one is, how do we know a Twitter account is actually controlled by an AI agent in a T and not another schmuck just claiming to be an AI agent, but it's actually some dude trying to extract?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can do so you should do some kind of you know, always trust by verify, right? So you should download. So how TE's work is remote attestation, and then how currently in the example that we implemented is that you should go to the GitHub and then you you produce the code hash yourself, and then you compare it with the remote attestation hash that you got from the remote attestation service, which is essentially kind of like, like this is currently the memory and data running and code, sorry, running inside the SGX, and then Intel kind of signs, and you compare that, they are indeed the same. You can of course do more fancy stuff, which is like, you post remote attestation on chain such that anybody can slash something if because somebody proved that Intel at this time signed like a statement essentially saying, this is the code running inside the TE. And you know, once you can prove the code, you know that it is not a human developer.
I think, yeah, you answered the second question also here. So we have one last question, which is just more fun application ideas.
Here's a source of fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, for example, like we see a lot of like annual accounts. So you can do like essentially a group-owned annual account. That part I think is interesting, especially like in today's world, I think like a lot of information sources are very fragmented. So you can do like, oh, like whenever this message gets, I don't know, like eight emojis on it, then it gets auto sent from the group-owned account. Another one I think is just combining this idea of the current meme coin meta together with teas and conditional recall. So like, what if like for somebody to trade the meme coin, they must, let's say, oh, take an IQ test and then like post something on their Twitter once. So then in this way, you like, you feel more comfortable doing the PvP meta on Ethereum.
Great. Let me quickly also show the paper. If you want a preprint, connect with us, and it will be out soon, very soon.
Thanks. That's a great talk. Let's give a round of applause. Yeah. So we will be reconvening in 5 minutes for the last talk before lunch. This is the MEV room. We've had great questions throughout the morning session, and it's like true stay for the next talk. It's going to be a good one. So we have a last talk now before lunch, and it's a really good one. It's by Andrea, who's from Cow Protocol, and it's a new mechanism which they've designed for auction-based settlements, and I'm really curious to know what their research and what they've cooked.
Hello everyone. All right, so yeah, today I'd like to discuss with you a new auction design that we plan to implement at Cow Protocol, and a little bit of kind of the thinking process behind it. So how did we get to this specific auction design, which has to do with the fact that, you know, blockchain is an environment where there may not be a numeraire, and of course I'll explain what it is in a second. All right, so many talks that has to do with DeFi start by saying, okay, look, we have all these mechanisms from traditional finance, but they don't necessarily quite apply to our environment because, say, you know, in the context of blockchain, transaction can be reordered, and therefore we have MEV. I'm going to follow a similar template, but I'm not going to focus so much on the usual suspects, and instead focus on a different element, which is the absence of a numeraire. First of all, what is a numeraire? A numeraire is an asset that in your market or in your mechanism, your environment, you can assume that everybody likes and is happy to receive and can be used to share value between people. Okay? Now, off-chain, there is usually a numeraire in the environments you consider. If we want to look at financial markets, well, typically all stocks are traded against the national currency. So the national currency is the numeraire. A possible exception could be forex market, where people exchange national currencies. But when you look carefully, that's not quite an exception, in my opinion, because first of all, there are very few assets exchanged. And then, essentially, the vast majority of these trades is anyway settled against the US dollar. So it's even in that environment, there is, theoretically, there's no numeraire. Anybody may be demanding different assets and exchanging any currency for any currency. Really, most of the volume goes through the dollar anyway. Now, on-chain, things are very different. There may be specific environments where you can assume that there is a numeraire, but I think in general this is not, you know, it may not be the case because we have anonymous participants that could live anywhere in the world. When you look at financial markets on chain, people may want to swap any asset for any other asset. There are like thousands. I don't know if there is a number out there. I know that CowSwap in its history has traded more than 11,000 different tokens. So there are at least that many different tokens on chain at the moment, and probably even more, which makes it very different than in any kind of the forex market, for example. Also because here what matters is not the number of tokens, it's the number of token pairs. So that kind of blows up the complexity of the problem. So why does this matter? Because the numeraire and the absence of the numeraire determines how easy it is for people to share the benefit of collaborations. Okay, this is something that we know from a branch of game theory called cooperative game theory, which is the branch of game theory that has nothing to do with auction, in fact. But it turns out that it also matters when you're designing certain type of auctions, such as trade intent auctions. Now, what is a trade intent? A trade intent is essentially an order in which a user specifies a sell token and a buy token and might specify also a limit price or a slippage tolerance. And then it delegates to another agent, a solver, the exact execution of that order. And this is done in the context of an auction where solvers are going to propose prices for each order, for the different orders. And let's say, the details are important, but for the moment, let's just say that the solver that proposes the best price wins the auction and then has the right to complete this order and actually execute it on chain. Okay. Now, this is an environment where you can have separate auction for different trade intents. Okay, an order comes in, you run an auction. Another order comes in, you run an auction. And this is how protocol like 1inch Fusion and Uniswap X work. However, there are typically additional efficiencies when orders are executed together. This could be in the form of coincidence of wants. Maybe people can trade directly with each other without really having to access an external market. It could be in the form of gas savings, Coincidence of wants can also arise in intermediate hop of trades. Anyway, generally you can squeeze out additional efficiencies by executing trades together. But of course, the problem becomes in which assets those efficiencies materialize. Maybe it's extra ETH because it's gas savings. Maybe it's something else. But then not everybody may actually want the assets in which those efficiencies are actually generated. And the question becomes then, how do you share those extra efficiency if it's in an asset that not everybody is demanding? Okay? And then, then the question becomes, well, do you want to execute the two orders together, even if there are efficiency, because you cannot really share them? And if you do, then what is a fair share of this extra efficiency? These are the type of questions that motivated our research paper that I wrote with a colleague at CowSwap called Felix Haneke, where we build a theoretical mathematical model of this type of auctions. We use this model to compare the two most common auction formats, which is batch auction and separate individual auctions. And then we use the model to then propose and study a new auction format, what we call the fair combinatorial auction, which if you want, I'll get in the detail later, but it's a kind of a merge between a batch auction and kind of having separate individual trade auctions. And this is a bit like cooking. They say you're putting two things together, whether you generate something with nice property or not, kind of depends on how you do it. And it turns out that if you do it in a specific way, this fair combinatorial auction can actually provide strong fairness guarantee. So you have a notion of fairness that has to do with how the efficiency from batching are shared, and that the auction can guarantee. If you do it some other ways, you have absolutely no benefit of doing this. Now, for today's discussion, I'll just give you a high-level discussion of the two most commonly used auction formats for trade intent. And I will discuss then the fair combinatorial auction in the case where it does provide fairness guarantees, okay? But knowing that if you change the design, you should know that maybe it does not provide any fairness guarantee anymore. And the QR code here is the link to the paper if you want to kind of dig into the mathematical details and the additional results there. All right, and by the way, to reiterate, this is something that we are planning to implement at Cow Protocol. So this will be live at some point in the next few months. All right, so let me start with how things are done currently at Cow Protocol. Cow Protocol runs a batch auction that works in the following way. And apologies for the bit primitive kind of graphics here. So there are users that come in and submit orders. These orders are added to an order book. And at time intervals, which correspond to the closing of a batch, the auction starts. And solvers can bid on groups of orders or even individual orders that are on the order book. Okay? Solvers may be somewhat specialized in certain type of order, so they don't need to bid on the exact same order. And however, they can submit a single solution, and which here can be a collection of orders with prices for those orders. Now, they then send the proposed prices for the orders that they want to execute, and then the auctioneer ranks this proposal by the total value returned to user. We have a concept called surplus, but for today, this is, you just can think of it as just really the total value of the asset returned to users. This requires some price feed, of course, because one order may want to buy Doge, the other order may want to buy something else, and solvers might propose different execution. If you want to be able to compare them, sometimes you need to have a price that allows you to rank those solutions. Okay, and there is one winner, and this one winner goes and executes the solution on chain, and the other solvers, they are losers, they don't get anything. Right, this is the batch auction. There are a number of additional rules. For example, uniform clearing prices. If you have the same token pairs in the batch, then the same. So all traders trading on the same token pair on the same batch must have the same price. But for today's discussion, this is not too important. Okay. So this is a summary of what I just said. Now compare this with what other people are doing. The other people are essentially running trade-by-trade Dutch auction. Okay, the fact that it's a Dutch auction is not too important, but this is really just separate auctions for each trade that comes in. Okay, and just to give you some numbers, if this market handles about more than $5 billion of value each month, I think bit 3 of them is like cow protocol, so goes through the batch auction mechanism, and the remaining part is split with the other 2, so the remaining part is executed using these individual Dutch auctions. All right. What are the pros and cons of each mechanism? Now, obviously, batch auctions are better at exploiting whatever complementarities and additional efficiencies there are when you get to execute multiple trades together. Coincidence of odds, gas saving, so on and so forth, precisely because the solver has the view of the entire order book and can actually, in the solving logic, start thinking, oh, look, if I take this order and this order and this order, maybe I can make a ring trade, example. This is not possible to do if you have separate auctions. Now, but on the other hand, if you have separate auction, there is a benefit there because you can allocate different order to different solvers, even order that are received at the same time. So say that you have a type of order for which one solver is very good, another type of order for which another solver is very good. You can specialize. You can give one order to one guy, the other order to the other guy. But in a batch auction, you always have one solver winning potentially multiple trades. So it's harder to exploit this benefit from solver specialization. Now, batch auction, this is we show in the paper, and it was, maybe you need the mathematical model for that, but one result is that the batch auction is better at generating competition between solvers, because again, if you have somewhat specialized solvers and run these individual auctions, each on one auction per trade, then really just the solvers that are good at that trade will compete. Okay? You have a subset of the solver in each auction, essentially, where the batch auction forces everybody to compete with everybody else. So there is a higher competition between solver and more value returned to the user in general on batch auctions. And on the negative side, like in batch auction can be unfair if you're not careful, let's put it this way, because in the vanilla batch auction, you are just ranking solution based on this total value, and you're kind of oblivious to the fact that perhaps, this total value is very high, but one guy is getting a pretty shitty deal, and another guy instead is getting a great deal, and maybe that's not something that you want. Okay, you aggregate everything and you don't see it. Now, the way this is currently handled at Cow Protocol is through a thing that we call EBBO. Essentially, we have a routing algorithm that checks after the fact whether the execution of each order was better than our own routing algorithm. And if it is not, we call up the solver, we tell him off, and we ask him to reimburse the user for this kind of EBBO violation. And the hope is that then they will be more careful in how they actually split the benefit of this, so how they allocate value between the users. This is time consuming. It is a vector of centralization. We'd like to be more decentralized. And also from a more like game theoretic mechanism design perspective, it uses information available to us. So it's our routing algorithm, but the experts here are the solvers. So we are building this reference for fairness from our information, but we are not the most informed party here. The solvers are the experts. So we'd like to instead build a mechanism that elicits this reference for fairness from the solver themselves. Yeah, and therefore, each mechanism has its pros and cons, and therefore this really begs the question, can we really think of a third type of mechanism where you might have in equilibrium either batching or specialization. So it leaves open the possibility of having batching or specialization depending on what is the most efficient thing to do in that context. It generates competition between solvers and has a notion of fairness. So you can define fairness and say, okay, the outcome here is fair. And this is exactly the fair combinatorial auction. It works in the following way. First, it's a combinatorial auction, so it allows multiple bids per solver. So solver here can submit, a single solver can submit, say, a bid for order 1, which is how many tokens I'm willing to return if I only win order 1, a bid for order 2, a bid for order 3, but also a batch bid. Say, okay, but if you give me the 3 orders together, I can generate so many tokens for the first guy, so many tokens for the second guy, so many tokens for the third guy. So this is a multiple bids per solver. And then the important step here is the filtering of batched bids, where what you do is the following. You first consider only bids on individual orders, okay? And then you ask yourself, well, suppose I have really separate auctions, one for each orders, and those are the bids for in that auction, and say that the auction is in first price, how many tokens this guy would have received, okay? This is then the reference for fairness, okay? Because you say, well, you know, if I was really to just have a first price auction on order one with the bids that I got, order one would have received that. And you use this and repeat for every order, and you use this reference to filter out batch bids whenever the batch bids propose an execution that is worse for at least one trader relative to this fairness benchmark, right? And then at the end you have some surviving batch bids that were not filtered out, and you have a bunch of individual trade bids, and you want to recompose a solution with multiple bids in a way that maximizes an objective, for example, total value that you return to the users. If this was fast, let me bring back the great graphics I had earlier. Here I have two solvers, and importantly, they are allowed to submit multiple bids. In this example, solver one has, so each solver here has 3 individual bids, okay? Solver one sends 1 individual bid on the green order, an individual bid on the yellow order, and 1 on the red order. This says, I'm willing to return to the green order X many tokens if I only win that order. Similarly, solver 2 sends some individual bids. And then in the example, each solver sends 1 batched bid, which contains a collection of orders, okay? And typically, the amount returned in the batch bids for the same order might be different than the amount returned in case the solver wins only that order. Then you construct your reference outcome. As I said, if the auction is first price, essentially you always want to just take the maximum of the individual bids, okay? That's the reference outcome. You use the reference outcome to do the filtering. So you say, okay, in this batched bid, is any of those bid value lower than what the guy would receive if I was to consider this outcome instead? And in this example, let's say that the first bid, the batch bid from the first solver survived this filtering. So it's fair, quote unquote, relative to this reference. While the batch bid of the second solver does not, perhaps, I don't know, in the yellow order, what solver 2 proposes here is worse than what the yellow order will receive if you just looked at the individual bids. So it's filtered out. And then finally, you have, this is the composition of the winner. You have the solver 1's batch bid together with solver 2 individual bid on the purple order. Okay? That's how you reaggregate everything in the end. Now, this is a new type of auction, so you really need to study, okay, and it sounds maybe good in practice, but then you really need to be careful in what is the strategic consideration that solvers are going to make when bidding in this auction, and therefore what is the equilibrium that you expect to emerge. Now, in terms of strategic consideration, there are 2 important things. First, if you compare bidding on these individual trades here to simply having separate auction per trade period, here there is a higher incentive to bid in the individual trades bids because you anticipate that the way you bid on the individual trade will be used to determine the reference for fairness and might end up kicking up your opponent batched bid as unfair. So typically you want to bid higher in this individual bid than you would do in the standard like simultaneous auctions. At the same time, you might bid lower here in the batched bid, like lower value, than in a standard batch auction, precisely because if you expect the other guy's batch bid to be kicked out as unfair, then you don't need to bid that high because you think there's going to be less competition. The composition of these 2 effects generates an equilibrium that in which you have fairness guarantees, meaning that in equilibrium, each solvers always return strictly more to the traders than if you had done a standard kind of simultaneous first price auction, this separate auction. So it's always better for everybody than having the individual auctions. You may get batching or specialization depending on the relative benefit. It could be that different solver wins different order, or one solver wins a collection of order, depending on which is more efficient. And it is, however, true that there is, if the equilibrium is batching, the winning solver might return less to the traders than in the batch auction. So in a sense, the takeaway is that this auction format generates fairness guarantees, but this is sometimes at the expense of total value returned to the user, which, if you think about it, makes sense, because here, if you just wanted to maximize total value, you should just do a batch auction. Here, instead, you are introducing a second element, fairness. And of course, the second element means that sometimes you are trading off a bit like on the total value you are generating. So to summarize and conclude, trade intent auction are cool and they're the future. Like, this is a shorthand to say that they're really at the center of many of the discussion we are having in these few days. They're a center of discussion about MEV. They're a center of discussion about liquidity fragmentation. Now there is this extension to cross-chain that is slowly materializing. So it's also the center of the discussion about a kind of chain abstraction and all that. So they're really kind of very important element, I think, in DeFi and blockchain in general. Usually there are efficiencies from batching, but of course then how do you share this efficiency is not obvious. There are fairness is a concern, and here is a proposed solution, the fair combinatorial auction, which hopefully should be live in a few months. Thank you.
Thanks, that was a very meaty talk, and we have equally meaty questions. In the current version of CowSwap, why do solvers make bids on subsets of pending orders and not on all in one batch at once? Is it possible for a solver to make multiple bids right now?
So, I mean, I don't know if it's technically possible, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense right now, because anyway, there's going to be a single solution chosen. So if a solver comes up with multiple possibilities, it should just return the one possibility that generates the highest value, because that's how the auction will rank all the solutions. Okay.
The next question is this model scalable? You have true raised to n possible batches each time. Can solvers manage the load?
Excellent question. So there is a general question about combinatorial auction. I have this thing called winner determination problem. So the computational complexity of the problem can expand a lot. Now, this is why I said here the important part is from the auctioneer is the filtering part. Okay, so you want to remove some bids from the auction based on this fairness argument, which on the one hand should make the determining the winner easier. Okay, because you have fewer bids to work with in the recomposition stage, and it's also somewhat orthogonal in exactly how you want to do it. You can use some heuristic to determine, the collection of bids that wins, which might not be the exact optimum, but it's easy to calculate. And this is similarly with the solvers. Of course, there is a theoretical optimum that require a lot of time to calculate, and in the same way as the auctioneer will use some shortcuts to make everything manageable, the solver should come up with some shortcut as well.
Your auction doesn't seem incentive compatible, so the first price is not a good measure of fairness. Bidders could also bid non-monotically.
I disagree. So I can assure you this is not nothing research. That is a 30-page paper with all the proofs. So unless this is incentive compatible in some non-obvious way, but in terms of deriving the optimal bids, the best responses, and the equilibrium, I can assure you everything is there and shown.
Can solvers pretend to be users and game the batch?
So this is an excellent question that doesn't quite apply to the discussion I had. It's true that it applies to another aspect of a CowSwap batch auction, which is that now there are solvers receive rewards from the protocol. Because of these rewards, it could be the case. There are attack vectors, such as the one discussed here. But in a sense, I didn't discuss rewards, so let me not bring up this thing now.
Does it make sense to decentralize the auctions behind Cow? Are you working in this direction?
So it makes sense, and we are working in this direction.
how will you order different solver solutions in one batch?
So actually, yeah, so you could have, it's a tricky problem because obviously the first solution gets an advantage when executed. In a sense, yeah, so the problem is that a solver observes the state on chain and then submits a solution. Then, next block, it goes and executes the solution, but then other thing happens before the solution is executed that might actually change the state of the blockchain, for example, the liquidity available in AM, and make the solution proposed not executable anymore or more costly than expected, blah, blah, blah. So in a sense, there are zillions of things that might happen from the moment where you think of your solution and when the moment you execute it, which means that you need to be kind of conservative, okay, when you propose a solution. And now you need to be a little bit more conservative because among the zillions things that may happen before you submit your solution, there is a zillion plus one, which is another solver also submitting his solution. So yes, it introduces some additional risk for a solver in an environment that is already fairly risky. And so, yeah, just general advice is to solver, be conservative, anticipate that things might change from the moment where you choose your solution and the moment where you execute your solution.
Is there a public record for historical EBBO?
EBBO prices or EBBO violations? EBBO prices, I don't think so. EBBO violation is an excellent question. These are on-chain transfer done by solver just to a user a bit out of the context of a batch. So this is for sure recoverable somehow, but I don't know if there is a easy to access repository or data that one could do. But
so we are out of time, but there are at least 4 more questions that I can see. It is lunch break now, so you can easily go and talk to Andrea as well. But it was a really meaty talk and we all appreciate it, and thanks.
All right, thank you very much.
So we'll be back in 1 hour at 2:30. So another 3 talks. This is the MEV room for anyone interested in this. This is the place to be. GM, welcome to MEV room, as we've informally been calling the space since morning. It's now post-afternoon on the last day, which is always the slump period. But we have an absolute legend coming up to talk next, one of the original visionaries behind PBS and a lot of other fundamental research, the one and only Pabi Mono, who's going to be talking about changes to the consensus layer and how that would be going forward. He's with the Ethereum Foundation and leading some of the core research on that front. Come on up.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction and thank you for coming to the session this afternoon. It's the tail end of Devcon. I hope it was really nice for you, and I know we're all a bit tired, so I'll take it slow and show you some of our results. So the talk is titled Fair Rewards for More Decentralized Attesters. I'm replacing one of our co-authors who unfortunately couldn't make it, but I'm really excited to tell you about our work. So why do we need decentralized attesters? So validators are the ones who participate in proof of stake in Ethereum. As part of their duties, sometimes they are asked to be attesters. So you can think of it as the swarm of people who are making sure that the chain comes to consensus. You have thousands of people speaking in every round, every 12 seconds. They cast votes. And it's really, really important for these votes to remain as truthful and as unbiased as possible. There are many, many mechanisms in the protocol that would horribly break if the attestation layer was not in a good shape. And so we need these votes to remain truthful, which means we also really need to ensure that the voice of these attesters is secure and heard. The paper discusses an attack, which I'll present in the next section, essentially trying to show you that the mechanisms we have today are perhaps a little too brittle, and so I'll show you how to fix that, or at least a possible way forward. Most of this talk is adapted from the paper that we released earlier this year, Breaking the Balance of Power. This is joint work with Rusbe, who was supposed to present today, Nusret, Kaspar, my colleague, and Bart. So let me start the talk with showing one of these attacks that may endanger, let's say, the health of the attestation layer. It's a somewhat simple commitment attack. Yeah, and if you don't know what a commitment attack is, it's sort of an umbrella term we use to describe any attack that looks like this. Somebody deploys a smart contract or some kind of commitment or threat to try and warp or modify or hijack the incentives of other validators to do the correct thing. So I'm trying to incentivize people to do the incorrect thing for my, let's say, benefit. Usually, this is a rough pattern, but usually it looks like this. So there's an attacker who commits to a certain course of action, for instance, via a smart contract. The victims, as a result of the smart contract being published, need now to adjust their behavior. If they're rational, it might be more, let's say, incentive compatible for them to deviate to a different action. And what happens as a result is this really coordinates the victim's behavior towards, just it induces the outcome that the attacker wants to happen in the first place. So there are many interesting questions on this. Like there's many ways that this reappears. There's questions also regarding the credibility of a commitment. This matters a lot for the attack to be successful. But in our space, we don't lack ways of making such kinds of credible commitments. For instance, via smart contracts. All right, so to describe the attack a little bit, I need to give some of the basics of our consensus mechanism, which is called Gasper. The consensus mechanism is basically built from two components. There's one component which is the finality service, that's known as FFG, the friendly finality gadget, and another component which is the availability service, which is LMD Ghost. And so on the chart here, you can see that the chain progresses. There's a part here which is highlighted in yellow, which is the finalized ledger. So every so often we come to consensus over, this is the prefix of a chain, we have economic security on on that this prefix will not change in the future. So this is like very robust, let's say, finality. But we want Ethereum to make progress, even if we don't come to finality immediately. And this is why we have this availability component. So we have a live ledger that makes progress, and this live ledger can diverge. So we can have forks, because we are not finalizing blocks every slot. So this allows the chain to fork once in a while. So how is this constructed? So to progress the chain, we need to assign duties. So we have our set of validators, which are the people bonded with a proof-of-stake mechanism, and we ask them to produce blocks. So every slot, we sample one validator to be the proposer, and the proposer is responsible for outputting a block. The block contains both user transactions and the votes of attesters. And the attester votes, they carry data relative to the two services that I described previously. So FFG data, what should we finalize, like what should we try to make fixed, and LMD Ghost data, which is where is the current head of the chain. So LMD Ghost is the service that allows the chain to progress. There can be many forks, so the attesters need to give their views on where the current head is in their own view. So in the good case, this is what happens. So the first proposer makes a block. Then we have the attesters in green who cast their vote on the block. They say, okay, the head is this, the first proposer that released the block. And then the second proposer comes in, links to the block that was issued previous to them, so the first one, and includes the votes of the attesters. So here, all of the attesters are honest in green, and the next proposer just simply includes the votes of the attesters. So this inclusion of the votes allows us to recuperate the votes on chain and dole out the rewards for the attesters at the end of every epoch. So it's very important for these votes to be included. But now let's describe an attack. So in this commitment attack, a proposer can threaten to ignore the attester votes if the attesters don't vote for the proposer's chosen block. So the attack goes in a few steps. The first proposer issues their block. That's the one on the left. The second proposer issues their block too, linking back to the first proposer's block. And the attesters of that slot are honest. So this is the 9 green votes that you see in the bottom left. And they all say, okay, this is the current head, and they get included by the proposer in the middle. So that's the first step. In the second step, the proposer on the right, the third one, wants to reorg the middle proposer. So reorging is essentially trying to kick out the block that was produced by the middle proposer from the canonical transcript of the chain. And so to do that, this third proposer can commit previous to even this situation happening to say, you have to vote my way, and my way will be that instead of linking to the middle proposer, I'm going to link to the proposer that's in the left. So I'm going to try and reorg the middle proposer, and you need to vote for the fact that I'm right, like that this was the head, the rightful head for me to build on. So this block on the left. And if you don't vote my way, I'm not going to include the votes in my own block. And so that's the threat that the proposer is making. And what we show in our paper is that if the threat is issued, there is a Nash equilibrium where this attack succeeds, where essentially all of the attesters that are supposed to vote in between the middle and the right proposer are going to want to follow the outcome that the malicious proposer is trying to achieve, which is reorging the middle proposer. So it's a pretty simple attack. It's really based on, let's say, very weak properties, but it can do a lot of damage. Like reorging blocks is not so nice. First, because the middle proposer gets ignored, so they lose whatever MEV rewards are in his block, for instance. And second, because we lose a bit of throughput at the same time. So these are really things that we want to defend against, even if again the purpose of having this availability or live ledger is for the chain to make progress and potentially to get into these situations. in addition, the attesters that are ignored by the malicious proposer, they lose their reward because they don't make it on chain in time. Right, so in our paper, we discuss this attack. We also discuss some extensions. We show that the attack can actually happen over multiple blocks, where one proposer incentivize both the proposers before them and the attesters in the slots in between to follow some kind of prescribed script to reorg a large amount of blocks. This works when we consider fixed attester sets, so when the players don't rotate between rounds. But in our current protocol, the players do rotate. We have different attesters every slot, and so we also consider the attack when we have players that are not fixed. We also show an attack that's a bit inspired by the selfish mining attacks, where you are trying to destroy the progress that some of the honest players have been making by being malicious. Right, so we have this attack, which is potentially a bug that we can fix. And the way to fix it is essentially to decentralize the role of a proposer in terms of including these attester votes on chain. And so we show how we can do that, and by the same fail swoop, fix the rewards and try to save our attesters. So how do the rewards work in Ethereum proof of stake? Today the attesters are rewarded when their head vote, so the LMD ghost vote, the vote on the state of the available ledger, is both timely, so the vote has to be included by the next proposer, and correct. So their vote agrees with the majority of the attesters, right? We're coming to consensus, so there's this idea that you want to vote with the majority of everyone else. What we see here is that the timeliness constraint gives a lot of power to the next proposer, right? Since they are the one who decides whether this timeliness constraint will be achieved by the attesters, that gives them the tool to make this credible threat of saying that, I know you want to be timely, so if you don't go my way, I'm going to screw with your rewards. And so how can we try to make that less dependent on them? Here's the strawman ID. We could say, we could relinquish this timeliness thing and say the vote of the attester could be included on chain at any point in time. So that would work. That would remove the reliance on the next proposer as the ultimate includer of the attesters. But we do really care about knowing the timeliness of the votes. Like, we want people to give us our view quickly. And so as protocol designer, we also do need the attester to do a good job and to do that job as timely as possible. And if we allow any proposer to include them, then we don't know exactly when the attester votes would have been issued. So a solution to that is to have the next attesters vote on the timeliness of the current attester. So instead of having the timeliness property be only decided by the next proposer, we can have a full set of attesters voting on the full set of attesters. So essentially there's this group, which is the group of the same people, that's like keeping each other in check. And what we achieve via this is decentralizing the role of the next proposer. So making such that the next proposer is not the only one who is responsible for the timely inclusion. So we achieve that by proposing this new mechanism, which we call DAG-based votes. It's quite simple. So the attesters at slot T issue their votes as they do today. So their votes containing the head votes for LMD Ghost, source and target for FFG. And then the attesters of slot T+1 will issue votes on votes. So the T+1 attesters issue an object that says, I have seen the votes from the following attesters, blah, 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 blah. That gives you this DAG. It's really like a two-step DAG. So that gives you the DAG. And what we say next is that the DAG votes, so the ones on the right column, the evidence, can be included at any time. And so now, even if we don't have timely inclusion of the evidence, if the evidence tells us that the attester vote was timely, we know that it was timely. And this is actually pretty nice because these votes have this evidence being able to be included at any time means that the rewards can also be given at any time, even if if the vote was timely. Whereas today, if the proposer misses their block, the attesters that were not included in this block that was missed lose their reward. And what we really want is to ensure that the attesters are fairly rewarded for their work. Again, in the spirit of keeping this attester layer as secure and decentralized as possible. So a quick note on performance. Obviously, these DAG votes are a new object. We can use the aggregation of signatures to make it a bit lighter, but that does create overhead still. You have to write these objects on chain, so that takes space. You have to communicate these objects on the gossip layer, that creates communication overhead. But there are a few ways that we might tell ourselves, okay, in the average case, this is still potentially a good thing to have. So in the good case, where the proposer is honest and includes all of the votes, in a sense, the evidence is not required. Like, we already have proof of the timeliness and proof of the inclusion. So the DAG votes, we don't even need to have them on-chain. If a proposer is missing or doesn't include everything, then you need to have these DAG votes. And you need to have more of them, the more, let's say, dishonest the proposer is and doesn't include the votes. In the worst case, you can have a pretty large object, like this evidence can get large, but we think it's still reasonable if this is something that doesn't happen too often. So you can think of it as insurance. It's something that most of the time you don't need, and once in a while it comes in handy to have in your back pocket. And it can also serve as deterrence against these attacks happening. But there's more on this in the paper as well. Yeah, that's it. I made it 4 minutes to go. But thank you for listening. Check out most of our work on our website and find our paper on archive as well.
So if you all have any questions, you can just scan the QR code and write your questions in. The first one, which I'm going to read out so that even the virtual audience can follow along. How much are the profit and the costs of the attack?
Yeah, so let's say the revenue of the attack, if I can pull it off as the malicious proposer, there's two things I get. So first, I get essentially the MEV of the proposer that I reorged, because I'll be the one including their transactions and capturing some of the MEV. So I will take that from the previous proposer. And I will also be able to get the source and target rewards from the attesters who were not included by the reorg proposer. So yeah, to make it simple, in the attester votes, there's like these three things that they vote on: head, source, and target. The head has to do with the LMD ghost, source and target with FFG. The head has to be included immediately, but the source and target can be included over many slots. And the proposer that includes them first gets rewarded for it. So if I manage to reorg the proposer before me, I essentially get these source and target rewards from them where they should have got them. So yeah, that's the two revenues I get. And the cost of the attack is actually only the cost of deploying the smart contract, so it can be pretty small. I can even maybe not deploy it on Ethereum. I could deploy it on some rollup or something that's even cheaper, or another chain if Ethereum state root can be verified there. So yeah, the cost is pretty minimal. The revenue can be pretty high. I think we give some estimates in the paper. Let's say the MEV per block is $100, something like this. That's what you would get extra as a proposer, and I think about $50 for the vote. So maybe, yeah, $150.
Do you have some idea how often we would expect DAG votes to be required?
Yeah, so today, many slots are not missed. I think the missed slot rate is something like 2%, so that's when we would need them the most. Most of the attestations are included on time, like things are pretty tight, so I don't think we would need them that much. Yeah, so most likely not a lot. And also, again, in the spirit of this works as a deterrent, even less if we have this mechanism in presence. So yes, we commit to have this mechanism that's potentially pretty heavy, and that leads us to using it less than we need to.
The other question we have is, how might an attacker threaten the attesters?
So they don't need to directly threaten it. So the attacker just needs to deploy the smart contract and ensure that the attesters know about it. I think in the paper we discuss what happens if some of the attesters are just oblivious, like they don't know that this is happening, and they don't, they just don't know that the attacker is trying to hijack them. So yeah, simply deploying the smart contract and telling the attesters that the smart contract is there is sufficient for the attack to happen.
And the last question is that, is this compatible with the beam chain plan?
Yeah, that's. I was reading in a group chat that everybody's getting a beam chain question, so I guess that's mine. Yeah, it is compatible, but maybe like to say, I mean, yeah, it's obviously compatible because it's what I'm suggesting here is a pretty small change. Not small, but yeah, it's a change to the consensus rewards. Maybe to broaden the picture here, so the idea of beam chain is to essentially go to like this single slot finality. Which is a little different from the current consensus mechanism we have, which is Gasper. But I think there's a lot of intuition and mechanisms that kind of need to extend to this. So if we have single slot finality, we have obviously like a different, let's say, rhythm in the chain, like we finalize more often, so things need to be even more tight. So I don't know, maybe once we think more specifically about the rewards for SSF, like we realize that such things are helpful. I think they should be helpful. Again, this idea of the attesters checking the work of other attesters, I think is an intuition that seems to reappear quite often. So I would say will reappear for SSF as well.
We have two more questions which just came in. Given the attester set per slot is set at the start of epoch, should we be concerned the main risk to be proposers griefing the block? Example, fork the last slot of previous block to find the preferable set.
Okay, let me think about this one, because the main risk. Not sure I'm getting right, I see. So yeah, so the attester sets are decided quite in advance, like not just in the slot before the one that you're proposing. The schedule of attesting is decided by the RANDAO, which is decided essentially in the epoch previous to the current epoch. So I think it's actually pretty difficult to do an attack where you try to find the most favorable attester set for you as a proposer. There are some thinking around, okay, if I can change the last slot of an epoch, then I can bias the RANDAO a little bit. But I think it seems somewhat difficult to pull off in practice.
And the other question is to talk more about insurance and whether transactions have some amount of economic security before finalization.
Right, so economic security I would define strictly as finalization. So whenever you finalize, you have the amount of stake that was involved in the finalization as economic security behind the transaction. That doesn't mean you don't have anything when the transaction gets on-chain. The more attesters are voting on the block in which the transaction was included, and the longer the chain gets that's built on the block where your transaction is, the more you have confirmation. So we have this work on confirmation rules, which tells you almost like a level of confidence that you can have before you get to the finalization. But until you finalize, you have zero economic security in that sense. Is how I would define it for myself. I think that's a clearer mental model.
And the other question we've got is how DAG votes distinct attesters who deliberately delay their vote if there is no timing reward.
So if I'm an attester and I delay my vote, the DAG vote evidence will say Barnabé was not around to vote. It will say, that vote is not part of the evidence. So if I, as an attester, delay my vote, the evidence will prove to the rest of the network that I was late to do my duties, so I won't be getting the reward. So it is resistant to that.
Great, like really meaty questions and a really meaty presentation.
In the weeds.
As well.
Thank you.
So let's give up a round of applause for Barnaby. So we are going to reconvene in about 7 minutes at 3 p.m. This is the last 2 talks of the day, and then we'll have the closing ceremony. So just freshen yourselves and stretch a little bit and get the blood pumping before the next 2 sessions. everyone should take a deep breath in, because our next speaker is absolutely lovely and she's going to take our breaths away. Give it up for Mariam, who's a mechanism design researcher at Ritual, who's going to talk about agentic versus automated block building. Come on up.
Well, thanks for the intro. Sorry for rugging. Changed the title, and the content isn't that different, but this was more exciting. Cool. So I'm Mariam. I work with Ritual. This is based on joint work with Naveen, also at Ritual and Columbia. So let's get into it. Okay. So one mental model for what blockchains do for us is providing this fundamentally new primitive, which is permissionless verifiable computation on a shared global state. And this computation is sold in these indivisible units called blocks. So you can think of that as the supply side of this exciting new market. And on the demand side, we have users who want to use this computation. So this is all the apps, all the people whose happiness and welfare we care about and we want to onboard. And naturally, we need a fee market to sit between these two sides, supply and demand, and ideally figure out how to allocate supply to demand and how to price things in an efficient way. And everything would be great if the picture was just these two sides, but there's a third set of participants in the system called agents, or what I will call agents. And these are not users or the computation providers. They are facilitators of the market. But the role is pretty complicated. They can be useful, they can be adversarial, and I argue they're necessary. And the reason they're necessary is that to get the permissionless, verifiable, all these new properties of blockchains, we need decentralization. And that means we need to distribute power to geographically and across nodes, and that means every part of the blockchain, including its fee market, might be run by a selfish party with its own objectives. So we need to design markets with these agents in mind. So this is a nice diagram by Frontier. It shows just how complex the ecosystem of agents involved in block building is. They have specialized, they have into little parts of the market, and have a mixed influence, I would say, on the quality of user experience. And I guess this is kind of at the core of what MEV is. These agents have a different set of objectives than the network or users. All right, cool. So here's a narrative that I think is pretty prevalent. And it's that agents are bad and MEV is toxic. So I will just outline the narrative. I think it will be familiar. So these agents have their own objectives. They have outsized control over block production. And as a result, I guess first let me show you the outsized control. I took this maybe an hour ago. The most recent Ethereum blocks are built by 2 builders. That's not fully decentralized. And because of this potential incentive misalignment between agents and users, user welfare can suffer. And this is an old tale that has been told many times. I will mention this paper that we kind of formalized the challenges imposed by this incentive misalignment, where we show an impossibility of designing any, no matter how clever you are, you can't design a good market so that this incentive misalignment doesn't cause issues. The user welfare will always suffer. Okay, so in response to the evil agents and bad MEV, people have taken some approaches to reduce or mitigate or democratize MEV, where reduction is at the app layer. Let's make new applications. Let's use batch auctions instead of the AMMs we use now, just to have less MEV, less value available on chain for these block producers to extract. Mitigation is things like encrypted mempools, Suave, this is where you tie the hands of the agents, limit their power so that they don't have that much leeway to extract value. And democratization is kind of throwing your hands in the air and saying this evil is inevitable, it will be there because there's this degree of freedom these agents have, so at least let's try to reduce its negative side effects. Let's make sure we don't get censorship. Let's make sure that at least the validators are decentralized. So I think this is kind of the lay of the land. And what I hope to do here is give some form of a counterbalancing argument. I'm not going to say agents are amazing and there is no MEV issue, but I'm hoping to argue that agents can be useful and sometimes crucial to use, and MEV is more nuanced than just toxic and evil. And I guess more concretely, I will give a framework. I will define this concept of agenticism, and we can give a framework for how to talk about the degree of agenticism in different block production paradigms, and then follow up with a way of reasoning about, for a specific application or chain, how do you choose which block production paradigm to use, more agentic or less agentic? Cool, let's get into definitions. So automated is something I haven't mentioned. I'm using that as the opposite of agentic. So let me define what it means to be an automated block building function or paradigm. You have users, they insert transactions into a mempool, call M this mempool. Then there is some function that looks at the mempool and generates a block, as simple as that. So there is some, let's say even deterministic function that goes from the mempool to what the final block will be. The point is there are no agents in this slide at all. No one has power over what goes into the block. So an allocation rule is automated if it takes this format. It's a function of the mempool. Okay? So agentic block building, we have this second category of agents. They also give an input to this allocation rule. And their input is abstractly defined here as a vector of actions. They're sophisticated. Their actions can be complex. And the point is that this function now depends on the actions of the agents. This is very abstract, not very useful. But the point is that depending on the structure of this function, agents can exercise more or less power over the output that is the block. So let me now define what it means to be agentic. It's defined as a relation. We say an allocation rule F is more agentic than an allocation rule G if, I guess, maybe the picture is more useful if the set of blocks that agents can generate, just the range of blocks that they can generate, is a superset of the range of blocks of the less agentic one. So this is saying G is less agentic because if the agents collude together and range over all possible action vectors, the set of blocks that they can generate is limited. It's a smaller set. Good? So that's the definition of agentic and automated, and naturally there's a spectrum from agentic to automated, so let's throw some example projects onto this. I will throw some acronyms, don't worry if you don't recognize them. The hope is that if you do recognize any of them, hopefully it will help you understand how the spectrum works, but it's not important if you don't recognize them. So at the very agentic end, I've put in Bitcoin and Solana. And why do let me actually, the way the Bitcoin fee market works, in case you don't know, it's a first price auction. Transactions submit bids. If they're included, they pay that bid. There is no restriction on what the miner can include in the block. It's agentic because it's just not restrictive. The set of blocks that the miner is able to create is just all valid blocks. Solana similarly doesn't have any, like the protocol doesn't impose any restrictions on what blocks are valid. And Ethereum, I think, is very close to the agentic end. It's almost a subtle point why EIP59 is slightly to the right, because currently a valid block is not allowed to include a transaction with a bid lower than the base fee. So that is some form of restriction. Maybe a block producer wants to include maybe like there is MEV in a transaction, they want to include a transaction and subsidize its bids. That is not allowed right now. So MEV Boost, a lot of the block production pipeline in Ethereum is very agentic, get the MEV out, then figure out how to democratize and distribute it. All right, so I think the shared sequencing marketplaces also, like Espresso, take a very agentic approach. Let's outsource this to a market of complex agents and hope and sequence that way. All right. On the other end of the spectrum, automated block building, there's ordering rules that are enforced by a combination of consensus, cryptography, and trusted hardware. So for example, Chainlink's fair sequencing service is a first come, first serve service. It's kind of dictating the ordering of transactions. Most L2 sequencers are this way. Suave Prof are use cryptography to encrypt the mempool and then enforce a specific ordering. These are fairly automated. There isn't that much room for block production markets. There isn't that much freedom. Okay, I've put Fossil and Braid in the middle. I think these are somewhat restrictive of what the block producer can do. So in Fossil, there is a committee that enforces a template on some fraction of the block and what it can include. In Braid, the power of any specific proposer is limited. So both of these are, there's still a market. Agents altogether can affect the outcome or like the block that is produced, but they can't produce any block they want. Cool, so how do we choose the right place on the spectrum for our specific app? And to do that, we need to define benchmarks. So what do we care about? These are some properties that people like in fee markets. None of them is new. Low latency is pretty obvious. You want fast turnaround times. Tractability. This is maybe less often cited as a property that we need. But if we have an automated rule, if it requires solving very complex MP hard problems, we can't run that on chain. So it is crucial that the auction itself is computationally tractable to run. Simple UX is capturing a bunch of things, but roughly speaking, we don't want users to have to do very complex strategization to participate in the mechanism. And then there are these 2 points that are addressing efficiency. One of them is surplus maximization. And if you remember the first slide with supply and demand, there is gains from trade, the possibility of generating surplus by matching supply and demand effectively. And ideally, we want to create the most surplus possible. And simultaneously, to be efficient, we don't want extraction. So users are the people whose utility and welfare we care about. Agents are not. So we don't want all of the surplus to go to agents. And if we're not careful with market design, the surplus will go to agents. And I guess let me highlight the fact that these two they interact in a subtle way. They're kind of a dual objective, both trying to target welfare, and the tension between them is at the core of when you use agentic versus automated block building. And the reason is that sometimes one end of the spectrum is really good at maximizing surplus, but at the same time, it will be extractive. So you have to figure out how to trade these two off based on your application. So I have some time left. I will go through 2 specific DeFi-based examples and use them to highlight the trade-offs between the 2 ends of the spectrum. The first one is front-running. If you're not familiar, I'll quickly explain what it means. There's a user wanting to buy ETH on Uni. This is the current ETH price. It's 3,200 USD, USDC. And the user submitted this transaction to a public mempool. An agent sees that transaction and sandwiches it with a buy on the left and the sell on the right. And the effect of that is that the first agent transaction drives up the price of ETH on Uni. Then the user transaction happens at a worse price. And then immediately the agent can turn around, sell the same amount of ETH, basically make $300 of profit at the cost of $300 lost to the user. This is the perfect example of purely extractive MEV. It's a zero-sum game between the user and the agent. This is the kind of MEV we want to get rid of, avoid as much as possible. Okay, so it should be pretty clear that agents will extract this MEV. So agentic block building will be bad at this, whereas automated will be pretty good at this. The design principle of Prof or Suave and these encrypted mempools were exactly to mitigate this. Maybe if we hide the direction and size of the order, we will leak less information, and there's less front-running and sandwiching happening. So the second example is arbitrage between a centralized exchange and a decentralized exchange. Again, I'll kind of define it quickly. Basically, you can have an asset pair, again, ETH and USDC or USD, trading on two different exchanges, in this case, Binance, a centralized exchange, and Uniswap. And so block times are discrete. Centralized exchanges are not. They operate continuously with wall clock time. So here, the orange line is the price on Binance, and the red line is the price on Uni. Basically, the price was, as of the previous block, 3,200. Nothing has happened since, because this is the deadline for the next block, and there can be a discrepancy, a gap between the prices on the two exchanges. So what an agent can do is, for example, at this point in the slot, observe that, oh, the price is lower on Uni, higher on Binance. I can inject a transaction on chain to buy ETH and sell on Binance and collect a profit. Very simple. And I guess, first of all, why is this good? I'm arguing there is possibility for generating surplus. This arbitrageurs are providing a service. And I guess the reason is the same reason markets being efficient is good. Right? You want the markets can be viewed as a venue for aggregating information, and you want prices to be reflecting the true value of assets. And so for the health of the market, it's good that the price on Uni is reflecting the price on Binance, and they're all reflecting the overall market sentiment and everyone's information. But at the same time, there is a possibility for extraction. So this person is making money. Where does the money come from? You can't print it. There are liquidity providers on Uniswap, and this is coming kind of at a cost to them. I won't be able to fully define this, but this is what lever, loss versus rebalancing, refers to. And I chose this example because it shows the trade-off between the two welfare objectives. You can't simultaneously satisfy both of them at once. And yeah, there's a tension between them. Okay, and maybe one other observation here is that to successfully run this trade, it's important that this agent knows that they will be the block producer. So remember, in this step, the selling on Binance I can do at any time. The buying on ETH, in the middle of the slot, I'm not sure necessarily that I will be able to do this side of the trade. And if I can't do it, if I'm uncertain about that, there are a lot of costs I will pay. In fact, this trade is negative EV. It's bad for me. So the more uncertainty arbitrageurs have about their ability to do both legs of the trade, the less willing they are to do it. They will require higher margins, larger ARP bounds. Then the price between Uni and Binance will deviate more and more. That is less accurate pricing. That's less surplus, and that's bad. Okay. So this observation, I want to highlight and ask you to remember because it will be relevant to the next slide. I am short on time, so let me maybe pick a specific point to make. Okay, so let me focus on this point. So the claim here is that automated block building will not be able to get surplus maximization and be computationally tractable. And here, let's consider a specific way of automating block building based on priority ordering. There's this nice post about why this is a pretty good idea. So the way this works is every transaction comes with a single bid. You order transactions in decreasing order of bids, and that's all it is. And the hope is that this will be efficient, but as this post also points out, this scheme is vulnerable to reversions. The issue is that if coordination has to happen through the mempool instead of by delegating fully to an agent who has full control and knows for certain that they will be in charge of this block and they can for sure do all legs of the trade, there is some risk that these people don't know for sure whether their trades will go through. There is some loss, efficiency loss, because of that. I think I'm about out of time. So let me skip to the conclusion. I've introduced agenticism, outlined the spectrum between agentic and automated block building. Roughly speaking, automated block building is good with respect to latency. There aren't a lot of parties that have to communicate. And also generally, there's less extraction. But they might not be optimal. They might not generate the most economic value. So what's an application where we should opt for automation for? If you want NYSE on chain, you want low latency, you don't want front running, you should be more and more automated. Agents, on the other hand, are very good for maximizing surplus, especially when the user preferences are complex, but they will be selfishly trying to extract as much of the surplus as they can. And one example of where agenticism is good is Ritual. The Ritual Resonance is a marketplace we designed for AI computation. The setting is nodes and AI queries all have very complex preferences, and because this allocation problem is very hard, because it's a large, complex matching problem, so there's a lot of potential for generating surplus, and there isn't that much toxicity or DeFi activity going on. So a perfect example for being very agentic, and that's the end of the spectrum that we were on. And DevNet is coming out today, so check it out. All right, thank you for listening. My me.
Thanks a lot for that talk, super detailed and gets into like nuances, and also like the examples were good. You can scan the QR code for your questions, and let's quickly get to them. Talking about surplus maximization and decreasing extraction, how do we draw the line between a user and an agent? What determines whether we think of an extracting entity as a user or agent?
That's a very, very good question. It's exactly the trade-off I was trying to highlight. I think it's an art, not a science. For example, in the X6 arbitrage example, if we want to think of the liquidity providers as users whose welfare we care about, it's a different story than if we just care about the traders and how accurate the price is for them. So I think what happens is, for a specific application, you try to decide, just draw a boundary that includes the people whose welfare and utility you care about the most, and yeah, so you draw the line based on the purpose of your application.
Right. The other question, will Jared from Subway be out of a job with automated block building?
No comments.
Can you talk about the resources the Ritual is selling and what preferences the users might express over there?
Yeah, so Ritual is selling AI inference, basically, but it could be different AI models, and there are nodes that are very heterogeneous. So they have different resources, CPU, GPU, bandwidth. It's very high dimensional, so much so that it didn't make sense to design a specific multi-dimensional fee market. It's just too many dimensions. And users have inference queries, and Ritual is providing this marketplace to match queries to nodes. And the preferences can be as complicated as a user might have privacy concerns, so it might want an MPC containing a set of nodes to run its inference. A user might have latency concerns where I'm patient, I'm willing to wait a while or not, and all of these preferences should be able to be handled.
Why is it bad for automated strategies to give up on surplus maximization? In the front-running example, the surplus capture appeared to be bad for user welfare.
Yes, I would argue in the front-running example, there was no surplus generated. It was a zero-sum game. It was basically a transfer from the user to the agent. So in many extractive zero-sum examples, it's just not good to have agents. But a good example of, I guess, surplus is maybe in the case of Ritual. I described these very heterogeneous nodes and users. And if you write any piece of code to try to match these together, the problem of optimally matching them is just NP hard to approximate as well. So doing that on chain will lose out on the efficiency you could get by having a more sophisticated agent find a better allocation. I hope that answered the question.
Seems a very L1 problem. Do L2 solve this by running a centralized sequence?
I think it's not just an L1 problem. I guess like if an L2 runs a centralized sequencer that is committing to a first come, first serve ordering, they are choosing a very automated approach. They are potentially missing out on complementarities between transactions or like, so yeah, I think it applies to other layers too.
And the last question, what sort of support or major changes do you expect from the chain or the foundation?
I don't know that this applies to me. Is it Ethereum chain or foundation? Yeah, I don't understand the question.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, and the last one, if you want to comment, I didn't mean to, someone was offended by my introduction, so apologies for that, didn't mean anything.
I didn't think anything was wrong, but thank you.
Yeah. Yep, let's give a round of applause, yeah. So we are finally at the last talk for the MEV room. It's actually a very special friend. One of the first people I knew in crypto, William George, or Big Brain George, as he's sometimes called by the people in Claros. He's going to talk about how we can use oracles for when we need a specific number or when we need to compute it. So come on up, George. Yeah.
Okay, hey everybody. So I'm going to talk about oracles for number values. My name is William George. I work for the Claros Cooperative. So what's the goal here? Like just recall the basic blockchain oracle problem. You've probably all heard about many times. Blockchains don't have access to information about the off-chain world. If you want them to know something about the off-chain world, you have to tell them that information. A classic example is you might want an oracle for prices of DeFi, of like assets for DeFi contracts. You might want other kinds of mechanisms to bring off-chain information onto the chain, maybe the amount of rainfall in some given location for some farm insurance contract. The mechanism used to do this is called an oracle. And sometimes the thing you want the oracle to output is a number, often in the case of price oracles. Just to give a bit of my motivation and like sort of how and why I'm thinking about this problem. So for those of you who aren't familiar, Claros is a blockchain-based dispute resolution platform. Imagine Alice, the small business owner, hires Bob as the freelancer to provide her some service, build her a website, whatever. She puts Bob's payment in some smart contract escrow, and if Alice is happy with Bob's work, she just clicks a button and it's released. If Alice is unhappy, then she raises a dispute. That means that there's like some crowd of users of the Claros platform, a few of whom are drawn, and they decide who is right. And the right answer to this dispute, the correct resolution, may be a number. It may be some kind of partial settlement. How much should Bob be paid? If you have some kind of decentralized insurance contract, you might have disputes about how much of a compensation someone should get. And then basically you have this off-chain question, you know, like the answer to this off-chain dispute, and you want this like oracle that's specialized in dispute resolution. And notice that these questions can be, you know, more subjective, more maybe individual than the kind of price oracle question. And as a result, maybe your like oracle design might be slightly different for these slightly different questions. Okay, so now like digging really deep, how should we design an oracle? What are like the basic ingredients to go into an oracle? Well, on just like a fundamental level, you would ask, who is participating in the oracle? Obviously, you're bringing information from the off-chain world onto the chain. Somebody's got to be uploading that information. Who? What is the format of the information they provide? And assuming you have more than one person who's providing information, how do you aggregate their information if they don't provide exactly the same thing? How do you put it together into some kind of collective value that you use as the number in your system? And people probably aren't doing this altruistically. What's in it for them? Like, are they being rewarded or penalized somehow? And as one makes these choices, what are you trying to optimize you for? Well, obviously you want the oracle to produce good information, fast, cheap. You want it to be attack resistant to whatever attacks are sort of relevant for your system. I'm going to talk about different choices people have made on these design choices over time, where some of the open like ideas are, and like the attacks can vary from one idea to the other. I'll hit on a few. And so far, all of this is relevant. Like everything I've said could be true for oracles, whether they're outputting number values or not. I could have some discrete information that everything I've said so far would be relevant for. And where you really get into the number question, what the specifics of the number question, is this question of how precise you want your information to be. How many decimals? And this is very relevant for incentive functions. If you have people rewarding people to participate in your oracle, say you want a price oracle, and you say, tell me the price of like ETH and USD, and I say, the price is like $3,200 more or less, and I say 3,201. Am I right? Should I be rewarded? Should I be penalized? So this is a question of like, for a number, you can always have a more precise, closer answer, and there's this question of how close you need to be. And over the course of the talk, we'll hit on a few different notions of close that you can build into different kinds of incentive functions. Like maybe the most basic one would be just to say, okay, you need to be within X% of the output value. 1% you're rewarded, beyond 1% you're penalized. And that's a simple thing you could do. There will be other ideas that people have done. Okay. Now to hit on the sort of next ingredient that goes into your oracle, this question of vote information and aggregation. So again, I spent a lot of time thinking about dispute resolution for the Claros platform. Sometimes the disputes have binary answers or discrete answers that are non-binary. And as a result, I spent a lot of time in research thinking about how you aggregate kind of discrete non-numeric answers together. And this draws from the field of social choice theory frequently, this like academic field of how to design good voting systems. Voting systems that handle vote splitting well, that don't have too much tactical voting. There's all kinds of complicated questions when you're trying to define a voting system. And I bring this up because in the number case, you have similar problems that are, they have their own spin on these kind of vote aggregation questions. In some sense, the questions get easier of how to aggregate people's slightly different information together, because now if your participants are submitting numbers, again, maybe the question is what is the price of ETH and USD, and everybody submits a number, now you can do number operations on those numbers. You can take the average, or better yet, you could take the median. So if you think of like the numbers people provide to you, like lining them up from highest to lowest, you take the middle value, that's the median, and that's a particularly popular choice for people that have done number of oracles because it's resistant to outlier effects. If somebody puts some like crazy extreme value, that's not going to affect the median too much. So in some sense, this question of like vote aggregation is easier than in the discrete case, but also there are specific challenges, like that sort of precision question I had from a slide or two ago. Okay, and now hitting back the sort of last ingredient before I get into the choices different projects have made, this question of who is participating. And I would argue that there's like two basic models you could have here, and maybe you can do some combination of the two, but you can have either a crowd model or a delegate model. With the idea, and I would say that there are like parallels here to kind of different proof of stake systems, delegated proof of stake versus something that's more like Ethereum style proof of stake. So the question is, who is doing the thing? Who is providing the information? In the proof of stake systems and the consensus algorithms, who is producing blocks? In an oracle question, who's producing like an oracle values? With the delegated model, sort of taking the point of view that like, these tasks are hard. Maybe you want an oracle that produces like fast values very frequently. You want like zero downtime. And to have that kind of reliability, you want like a beefy institutional actor that has, like really high performance hardware somewhere in some data center. And thus, maybe it's not like appropriate for like random people to be doing the task of providing the oracle information or producing the blocks in the consensus algorithm. So instead, you have them vote on on delegates who then do the task for you. Then the crowd model is the opposite of that. Everybody's doing the task. I can get 32 ETH. I can spin up a validator. I can be part of proof of stake, or in an oracle, I can be the person that's providing values for the oracle. And there are of course pluses and minuses. In the crowd model, if you have like lots of people that are doing like a task constantly, that takes gas. Maybe like normal hardware, they're not like super fast as an institutional actor. In the delegated model, there's some risk that the delegates could abuse their role. Sure, they can be voted out, but in any given question, they're delegated, and you can mitigate that somewhat by aggregating like a bunch of delegates together, so that you'd have to have like some collusion or something for them to corrupt an answer. And now to sort of summarize some of the different choices people have made over time, I'm going to start with like the beginning of the history of this problem, which is a blog post by Vitalik back in 2014 he called Shelling Coin. So this is the dawn of Ethereum. This post was actually one of the big inspirations for what became Kleros ultimately. And he was thinking about this sort of like price oracle question again, where his proposal is, okay, I have people that each submit a number value. You output the median. So far, that's kind of normal. And then his incentive function was that you reward people in the 25 to 75% range. So people who have middle values are rewarded, and people who have extreme values are not rewarded. Maybe they're penalized. He didn't explicitly say who the participant should be. He assumed that you had some kind of Sybil resistance tool. So this could be either delegated or crowd, depending on exactly what that Sybil resistance tool looks like. But you can certainly imagine like a crowd version of this. And now here note that this like 25 to 70% rule, now the notion of being close to the answer, of being rewarded, close enough to be rewarded, is being closer than other people. Not just close to the value, but like I have to beat out somebody else. Everybody can be within 1%. Not everybody can be within the middle 50 percentile. So moving on in history, like the big oracle provider, at least for price oracles now, is Chainlink. So I'll summarize what they do and how that's kind of, there's choices evolved from what Shelling Coin proposed. So here they have like a marketplace of nodes that provide Oracle information. Those nodes are supposed to take the information from reliable sources, CoinGecko, Kaiko, whatever. And then a given price feed has a bunch of nodes that are sort of delegated into it, and you output the median of the different nodes, and those nodes are rewarded for their payment for services. So in some sense, this is crowd-ish, because there's this marketplace. Everybody can participate. I, too, can spin up a Chainlink node. But in practice, it winds up being more like a delegated system, because any given price feed has some nodes selected. And then if you want to get rid of them, that goes back to this question of like voting them out through a governance process. If I have like a price feed that's used by a big DeFi application like Compound or something, like if one of the nodes does a bad job, then you correct that by going on the Compound forum and having a proposal that looks kind of like this, where you're like, please change the price feed to update and get rid of that node. So now to just wrap up this question of like delegated versus crowd, here's a sort of partial list of different projects over time, and there's kind of a spectrum where you can be sort of in the middle, but like more or less clustered into the two sides. Maker had an internal price oracle for their DAI stable coin, and it's older than anything else on this table, so like they had more of a delegated model. Really, all of the price oracle things have this delegated model, which is probably the only like practical choice you could make, at least historically, because if you want a price oracle that updates in real time for DeFi applications, you can't have huge crowds of people voting constantly. The gas would be crazy. People aren't performant enough to do that. The stuff on the other side that's more crowd, Claros and Uma, have more like individual one-off cases involving human effort, so it's not super important that people are voting in real time. Nest has a sort of an interesting thing where they are specific to price oracles because they use like an arbitrage game as part of their mechanism. So it depends on being a price oracle. Okay, now getting back to the other questions, aggregation functions, incentive functions, which ultimately comes down to what are the attacks? If I'm trying to manipulate the system, like what can I do and which systems are more robust? So an attack that was already highlighted by Vitalik in his Shelling Coin article is what he called micro-cheating. There's this long quote. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But basically the idea is that you can just nudge the value provided just a little bit. Like you know what the true answer is, but you as an attacker, you provide a value that's just slightly to one side, whatever side you want to nudge the oracle. And if you're sophisticated, maybe you say within the 25 to 75% range, so you're not even penalized. And maybe you can move the output a bit. To give a bit of a more visual to this, there's some distribution of how honest people who are really trying will provide answers. Some people are better at this task than others. So in the absence of attackers, it'll all kind of average out. Here, the median answer is the spot-on people. But if I have an attacker that has a few votes, not even like a majority of the votes, only 3 out of, I think, 12 or 9 or something here, then by sort of going to one side, if they're like a sophisticated actor that can anticipate the distribution of the honest people's votes, they can kind of unwittingly wrap the people that are confused and off to one side into an attack coalition against their will. They can take the like confused people, to join them together with the actual attack votes, and collectively they have a majority that moves the answer from spot on to okay. And then as the attacker gets more and more votes, you can drag the like answer that much more. And if you think like algebraically, how much can attacker with k votes move the answer like this? Well, if your aggregation function is taking the median, then an attacker with k votes can drag the result to the 0.5 minus k over 1 minus kth percentile of the distribution of honest participants. So this gives us a measure to judge, okay, this is the resistance of median as an aggregation tool against this kind of attack. And then we can compare that to like other attacks and see which ones are more or less resistant. And a natural question is, did it ever make sense to do anything other than check the median? The median seems like a really robust mechanism, like lots of projects have used this. And I would say probably not if your voters only give you a single number. But if they give you multiple numbers, you can do something that's more interesting. And now getting to kind of like research that I have done, I've thought a lot about how to have voters provide intervals of precision, where now they provide you some like lower and upper range where they think the true value lies. And if everybody's sort of intervals overlap, well, the answer should be somewhere in the overlap. If there's some point of conflict where there's one interval that's like the upper bound is strictly less than the lower bound of some other interval, then like they disagree. And you can essentially have the users vote on whether you're higher or lower than a point-to-point disagreement. I will sort of quickly go through this because I don't have tons of time. You know, you can think of if my upper bound is less than the point of conflict, I vote less. If it's my lower bound is higher than the point of conflict, I vote higher. And if my interval just contains the point of conflict, well, then I didn't vote at all. I gave you less precise information. Everybody can vote like this. You can kind of resolve the points of conflict, and you can come up with a collective answer. So this is an aggregation mechanism that isn't just taking the median. This is based on an academic article I wrote with a co-author, Clément Lesage, several years ago at this point. That was based on a version of this that was slightly different because at the time we wrote this with basically trying to be compatible with Claros v1 as it existed at the time. As of a few days ago, Claros 2.0 has been launched, which has much more flexible mechanisms for being able to encode things like this as modules. So now we have more flexibility to do things like this in the future. So how does that aggregation mechanism I just proposed, how does it compare to taking the median? Is it better or less attack resistant? Without going too much into the details, I will just say that it kind of depends on your distribution of the honest participants, like how they act. Particularly if people who are confused know they're confused. If people who are like out on the edges of the distribution or providing imprecise information, if they give you long intervals because they realized, oh, I don't really know the answer to this question, then this sort of voting by intervals performs better than just taking the median. If you have if people that are wrong are really convinced that they're like super confident in being wrong, then it performs not as well. There's slight effects either way, but this is the sort of analysis you can do of attack resistance for these different systems. Now, that was all about the aggregation rule. Even before you think about is the attacker going to be penalized or rewarded for doing an attack, or like how much are they going to be penalized? This is the sort of basic question of how much can an attacker that's willing to sacrifice some amount of money drag the answer with some kind of minority attack coalition. When you get back to the incentive function, there are all kinds of interesting questions. And getting back to this question of how close do you need to be to be rewarded, ultimately, every sort of incentive rule that you come up with encodes a notion of distance to say whether a given participant is close or not. For the voting by intervals thing, I have this really complicated formula that I use as an incentive rule, at least tentatively, that tries to balance the fact that you want to encourage people to submit really small intervals, which is the first term, and at the same time you want to encourage people you want to really reward people if they vote on the right side of the points of conflict, so that if there's a point where the system could go a different way and choose a different answer, you want to raise the stakes on people so that an attacker that winds up losing loses a lot of money, that much more. So if anybody's interested in that formula, feel free to talk to me. We can dig into it. And then the different metrics that people have used, just to summarize the three that we've looked at. So there's this notion of being close if you're close to as a percentage of the output. There's a notion of being close if you're closer than other people. These are different things. And then there's that crazy formula from the different page, which is about being on the right side of points of conflict. So sort of being close when it matters. And if everybody kind of agreed, it doesn't matter so much, and the formula doesn't care as much about whether, how you voted. Summarizing how different projects have taken the different things they've done on these choices. So shelling, coin, and Chainlink, the format of the vote is just a number. As such, the only real reasonable aggregation mechanism is just to take the median. For the interval approach, I have more complicated information. That means I can take more complicated aggregation rules. Some projects I didn't talk very much about. Other projects also have, that have vote formats of numbers also take the median. Pyth, which is an interesting example, they also have something where you have submit something that's kind of something like an interval. They have a different aggregation mechanism. I just want to say there's a lot of sort of room for experiments here. So concluding, historically, on this delegated or crowd model, most people have been interested in price oracles. If you want a price oracle that updates really fast, you probably needed a price a delegated model, particularly in a high gas environment, maybe even in a low gas environment, just because you want people to be able to provide information with very low lag time. But if you consider more bespoke questions, subjective questions that you might have in a Claros-like platform, that now you open up this design space and you get back to this question of like digging in, like what kind of oracles can we design, and does it make sense to go back to a crowd model? We've come up with measures to talk about how micro-cheating varies from one sort of approach to another. The delegated approach, it leaves its incentives to just like the threat of being thrown out of the platform, so they don't really have explicit incentive rules. But if you want a crowd model, you really have to think like, what's my incentive rule? There's a lot of open, interesting research there. So if you're interested in that, reach out, and I'm happy to take questions.
So we've got quite a few questions streaming in. As a wider variety of RWAs get tokenized, how concerned are you that oracles become a point of failure?
Yeah, so like the more things you have that are integrated in like important ways in your system, the more attack surface you have. If you have real world assets that people are really engaged with and they're providing information, you have lots of watchers. A priori it shouldn't be so bad, but we definitely want to like think about how rigorous our oracles are.
How do crowd oracles typically implement Sybil resistance?
Yeah, so I mean, it depends. For Claros, in Claros 1.0, there's a token-weighted drawing. So there's a token that participants have to have, and you can't take over the system unless you have a large percentage of the tokens. In Claros 2.0, we've considered additional like social mechanisms that token mechanism is still there, but also you can use sort of proof of personhood tools layered on top of that. So, and we've had sort of interesting results that I can point you to if you're interested, such that you can design a system where you both have to like break the proof of personhood and break the token weighted draw to like mount a large scale Sybil attack.
Is there an actual objectively right answer or truth for numbers, or is it something that's always subjective?
Like I would argue on some level, if you have like a discrete question, you can talk like truly about having a right answer, that like an answer that's better than any of the other answers. If you have a number question, people, if you zoom in enough, can always disagree. People might say, okay, yeah, we grew up to like the 1,000th decimal place, but like in the 10,000th decimal place, I'm right and you're wrong. So, in some sense, there's always some amount of subjectivity in any kind of number question.
How do Oracle implementations typically check that they have a sufficient quorum of answers?
Yeah, so for the delegate systems, I mean, like they have like some number of delegates that they think is appropriate. An individual system might have a quorum in case there's like some like big outage where like, okay, I have 9 delegates, at least 4 of them have to be online or something. So for, when you have like a small number of delegates, it's straightforward. In a crowd system, you could build something like that in Claros, we don't have a quorum system because there's an appeal process. So if for some reason like everybody was like censored, there was like an outage, it was like bad network connectivity and nobody voted, you can just appeal and try again. But certainly something to think about in some systems.
Yeah, and the last one is a great question. If I'm a participant in the voting crowd, what's stopping me from just copying another answer as my vote and essentially free riding?
Yeah, so again, this will depend on the system. So in Claros, there's this appeal mechanism which gives people extra rewards if they were on the right side of an answer that is like where they lost their voting round and ultimately like appealed and they were proven right by the appeal round. So that gives an incentive to people to be contrarian if they think that they're right. Other approaches can be taken. There are you can use commit and reveal systems. There's still questions if you do that about like what happens if someone pays you to reveal your vote, even if the commit and reveal system allows you to technically hide your vote, you reveal anyway. There are lots of interesting sort of properly cryptographic questions there, but that's like a subject of research, but there are approaches.
So I might require a fact check on this last question, that Polymarket has a highly centralized oracle and seems to be the largest. Do you think sentiment will drive crypto products to this model instead of algorithmic? Is it a centralized oracle first?
I think they use UMA. So like that's, I think like people can fact check me, but I believe they use a crowd model. So, people are interested in that product, then like there could be demand for that much more decentralization. It's if something takes off, people will have greater scrutiny, of course.
But in general, what do you think about centralized oracles versus algorithmic or decentralized ones?
Yeah, so I mean, it sort of depends on what you mean by centralized. Do you consider like a delegated model like centralized? I mean, it kind of depends. It's not a question of like absolute centralization. It's about who has the power to do what. If you have just like a pure one actor responsible for providing you like the truth, you don't have a bunch of delegates and you don't take the median of their answers, you don't have a marketplace to join or be kicked out as a delegate, then yeah, obviously if you just have like one absolute source of truth, that's not necessarily in the spirit of the ethos that we have.
Thanks. Yeah, that was really good. And quick rapid fire questions as well. Appreciate it, George.
Thank you.
So with that, we come to the end of the MEV room. We can now all like head to the main stage where there's an event till 6. And there's also a music and DJ night after 6 o'clock. So be sure to stay for that as well. And until then, the next Devcon. Yeah.